Yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Lukmaan IAS. Now, this session is the analysis session, trend analysis session for this year's mains examination. Now, you all must have gone through the papers, right? So, we are having this quick trend analysis session, and the detailed discussion on each and every subject will be taken later on. This particular session is to give you the brief idea about how UPSC has asked this year's question and how the previous year questions are having some different trend. We can say that, or the nature of questions is different from the previous year question, or whether the same trend has been followed, the difficulty level of these questions, and along with that, how you can prepare for next year attempt. Okay, so this brief discussion will be taken by different faculties for different subjects. I myself will be taking geography, environment section, and internal security and disaster management. Anish sir will take history section. Thereafter, the society section will be taken by Abhijit sir. Polity section by Ansari sir. IR, international relations, will be taken by Raghu sir. After that, economy section will be taken by Sumanjit ma'am. Science and technology section will be taken by Jahidul sir. And in the end, complete ethics paper will be taken by Ansari sir. Okay, so let me hand over the proceedings to Anish sir now, and thereafter, one by one, each faculty will take the discussion. Okay, again I am repeating, this is not the detailed discussion of each and every question. That discussion we'll have in the subsequent weeks. Okay? This is a trend analysis video. Okay? Discussion video we can say. Yes, online students also, good evening everyone, and we hope that you stay tuned to this discussion. This is going to be an enriching experience to all of you. Fine? Okay. Yes, sir, Anish.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon everyone. I am Anish Kumar Singh, and as all of you know, sir has already introduced. So, basically I will be taking the history section, and all of you will be knowing about this pattern, that basically the GS portion 1, GS paper 1, it is having some of the syllabus which is related to history. Now, if in the beginning I shall talk about that what is the nature of question or what is history basically. Now, there is very less difference between history what you get in the GS paper and history what you study in the optional paper. There is very less difference is there. Now, what is that less difference? That less difference is only in terms of framing of the question. And based upon that framing, whatever answer you will write, that will differ. So, that is that small difference. So, whether you are studying it for GS subject or whether you are studying it for your optional, you cannot skip those topics. Suppose for example, any theme is there, you are studying the economic impact of British rule in India. Now, you cannot say that I will study only at the surface level, that okay, this was the impact, but rather whatever the themes are there, then the sub themes are there, then the subtopics are there, you have to understand the impact and the legacy. Legacy means what? Even after the Britishers left India, what kind of impact or what kind of things which still remains in our Indian society or in our present India. So, in that way you have to understand. Obviously, the difference in terms of writing down the answer is that you do not have to quote or you do not have to write historiography. In the GS paper there is no need. You have to deal with the conceptual part of the question. Whatever the question is there, there is some concept revolve around it. And when you write down the concept, you have to substantiate that concept with the relevant example, and that relevant example is known as facts in history. Okay? So, in that way it will become more clear to you as we move forward in the session. So, let us move one by one towards the. So, first of all, syllabus. The syllabus of history as per GS paper 1. So, first of all, Indian culture. All of you people are knowing about it, art form, literature, architecture. Then modern Indian history from middle to 18th century. Then we have the freedom struggle, post-independence India, and then the history of the world. So, these are the broad parameters in which the UPSC is asking the question. Now if we go through this question of this year, we will find, so when we analyze the trend, first of all there is a myth around UPSC, or sometimes there is even while giving the PT examination, sometimes you people find that UPSC is giving question which is out of box in nature. So we have seen that in PT part. Many a times the UPSC is going even beyond the syllabus, out of the things which is not known. But is the UPSC doing the same thing in the GS paper, in the mains examination? Let us see that. Explain the role of geographical factors towards the development of ancient India. Now what do you think? This is a question which is purely related to your art and culture part, Indian culture. Now you will say how? Development, role of geographical factors in the development of ancient India. Now when you study the first topic in the ancient history, the prehistoric society, and if you study their geographic distribution, you will find that if we draw the map of India, they are located only on the hilly areas, where hills are situated, where forests are there. But they are not situated over those areas where the plain Ganga Jamuna Doab is there, the plain area. So that geographical factors help them because they have a natural cave system. They have to protect themselves from the water fire. If they are living in the forest, then the hunt is available. So that is another geographical factor. So similarly, we will find that these questions are not out of box. Again, what was the difference between the approach between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore? Modern Indian history from about middle of the 18th century, significant events, personalities, always. It is there, and even in one of the discussion class, I had told that this is one of the very much expected question. While taking the Takkar discussion, I had told that question based on Gandhi and Tagore, it is the most expected question which is going to become in the UPSC, and it has become a prophecy was made and it is now a fact. Okay, so we the fact that when we study the modern Indian history, and in that economic history or that economic impact of the colonial rule is there, and there is a debate in Indian history that whether the impact or the coming of the Britishers completely ruined the Indian society or Indian economy or not. But when we see that, when we see all this, there were certain positive impacts also, and in one of the positive impact is the railways. क्योंकि जब वो छोड़ के गए हम लोगों को, तो ऐसा तो नहीं था ना कि पटरी भी उखाड़ के लेके अपने साथ चले गए. ऑलरेडी पूरे के पूरे हिंटरलैंड को उन्होंने पोर्ट के साथ में कनेक्ट कर दिया. तो बाद में तो हमने उसी चीज को एक्वायर किया. हाँ, लॉस किस फॉर्मेट में होता था? वेयर वॉज द लॉस? द प्रॉफिट विच वॉज देयर दैट वॉज सेंट आउटसाइड द इंडिया, विच वॉज टू बी इन्वेस्टेड इन इंडिया, दैट वॉज द ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ. बट दैट मटेरियल इंस्टीट्यूशन, दैट मटेरियल थिंग was there in India. So it is in that context that very cleverly the UPSC has linked your subject, your modern Indian history, with the world history. So that is why the nature of the question is bring out the socio-economic effect of the introduction in railways in different countries of the world. So how you can attempt this question. So for example, it is written different countries of the world. So you can take two case study, India and Britain. Just it is happened. You have to be smart enough to answer this question. It is a 10 marker question, 150 word is there. Obviously when you are preparing, you would see railways was introduced in every continent. But have you studied this? No, it is not possible for you to study all the development of railways of every subcontinent or every continent. So basic thing is there. Here you make a comparison between India and Britain and how it was different from each other. So in that way you try to answer this question. Now what were the main features of Vedic society and religion? Again it is a part of Indian culture. This line primarily belongs to ancient India. Do you think some of the features are still prevailing in the Indian society? In that way it has connected the legacy to the modern time, and that is why it is Indian culture, because it is a part. There are many things are there. When we will have a discussion session upon this question, we will discuss it. Okay. Now, what were the major technological changes introduced during the Sultanate period? Again, it is a part of culture. Okay. Medieval India, we study this. And now the last, how did the colonial rule affect the tribals in India? Very short, very straight question. Tribal history, peasant revolts, tribal revolts. We study this. It is, enormously it has given. Any book you take, it has been dealt. Now after this, what we come to know? Can we say that the nature of the question or whatever the question which has been asked, are they out of syllabus? No. Now let us understand, go to another part. Okay. So generally if we see the nature of the question, it is from 2013 going up to 2023. Okay. When for the first time the syllabus was changed, at that time the number of questions asked in history was magnificent. So, but after that it started significantly declining, and from 2018 onward there is a pattern. 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. So by and large you are going to get around 6 questions in the 10 mark, with a combination of 10 marker and a combination of 15 marker. This is the pattern. 75, 6 question. It is a general pattern which has been made. Now we have understood the nature or the pattern of the marking. Now we will further go that in what subcategories the question will be. As when we study history, we study ancient, medieval, we study modern, we study post-independent India, we study world history. So now there is a question that is there any portion which has its always a higher weightage? That question will always come from this section, and this is one of the most neglected section, or there is a less probability that question will come in a less amount from this portion. So when we see this trend, what do you find? Majority of time it is the early medieval India in which the less amount of question is there. So early medieval India is from post Gupta 750 AD and before the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate. Okay, so that is the period where less number of questions are there. Then medieval has maintained, and after this there is a fluctuation. Fluctuation is there. Consistency is not there. Overall, if we see that modern India has always its weightage. 2-3 questions always will be there. Sometimes it can be 4-5 also. So this is the nature of the question which is going on. Sometimes sometimes in an alternate basis, after 2-3 years, either you will get world history question or either you will get post-independence history question. So there is a sometimes choice between them, between world history and the post-independent history. So what does it makes us for a UPSC candidate who is going to appear in the next year or in the subsequent years? What is the trend? That shall we leave any part? No. We cannot leave any part. Okay? This is the understanding we need to develop, that we have to prepare our syllabus thoroughly in a very comprehensive manner and at the same time in an exhaustive manner also. We cannot skip the topic, we cannot skip anything. And now if you see this year's question, now what is the demand of the UPSC towards, what does UPSC says with respect to the GS subject or the mains examination? That the aim and the objective of the examination is to test the intellectual standard of the candidate. So here you see, explain the role of geographical factors towards the development of ancient India. History को geography के साथ connect कर दिया है. So there is analytical. Yes, अब एक घोड़े की नाल की तरह नहीं कि बस एक जगह जहाँ पे देख रहे हैं बस खाली सिर्फ उतना ही सोच रहे हैं. जीएस पेपर 1 है, इसमें हिस्ट्री भी है, ज्योग्राफी भी है, सोसाइटी भी है। क्वेश्चंस ऐसे बनाए गए हैं कि तीनों को एक दूसरे के साथ लिंक कर दिया गया है। What were the main features of the Vedic society and religion? Do you think some of the features are still prevailing in the Indian society? लो सोसाइटी के साथ भी इसको लिंक कर दिया। So the question is demanding, the question is not easy in nature, I will say, but it ranges from moderate to analytical level. Difficult नहीं है, it is not difficult. The nature of the question is that it is from moderate towards the analytical. कि जब आप किसी चीज को पढ़ते हैं तो आप खुले दिमाग से उसको पढ़ते हैं या नहीं पढ़ते हैं, आप सोच रहे हैं या नहीं सोच रहे हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, when you are studying the 16 Mahajanpads, when you study their geographical location, why is it that the oligarchy Mahajanpads are only located in the hillsides, and why the monarchical Mahajanpads, they are located in the plain? Temple architecture. When we see the temple architecture of the eastern India, why they have a slope? And when we visit the central India, why there is a large distance between the platform and the surface level is there and the roof is there? Heat dissipation. There is a technology behind it. So you have to understand these points. You have to keep this mind. ये नहीं कि बस 4 फैक्ट रट लिया कि यहाँ पे ये टेम्पल्स थे, वहाँ पे ये थे और उसका एग्जाम्पल याद कर लिया, बस नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होगा। आप जब उसके टेक्नोलॉजिकल फीचर को अगर पढ़ रहे हैं कि पहले अमालक था, अमालक से कलश आया, कहीं पे फिर गोपुरम था, क्यों गोपुरम का डेवलपमेंट हुआ, पहले क्यों टेम्पल छोटे थे, अगर सैंडस्टोन से ब्रिक के तरफ में आता है, ब्रिक से इंटरलॉकिंग टाइल्स अगर बनता है तो क्यों बनता है? While studying the temple architecture, you have to ask this question. You have to find the reasons for this. So in that way you develop your intellectual capacity, and that way your analytical power will come. So the question is not difficult, it is analytical. It is testing your intellectual capacity. And what is basically intellectualism? That you are not narrow-minded person. अरे मैं हिस्ट्री का हूँ तो मैं बस खाली सिर्फ हिस्ट्री पढ़ूंगा, नहीं, आप हिस्ट्री वाले हैं तो आप पॉलिटी भी अच्छे से जानते हैं। पॉलिटी अगर आप हैं, क्योंकि कल को आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर बनना है, उस समय आप थोड़ी बोलेंगे कि मैं सिर्फ यही काम करूंगा, ये काम नहीं करूंगा। थाउजेंड्स ऑफ थिंग्स कैन बी देयर। आपको कभी रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट में भेजा जा सकता है, कभी पुलिसिंग डिपार्टमेंट में भेजा जा सकता है, कभी कल्चरल मिनिस्ट्री में भेजा जा सकता है, आपको कभी एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री में भेजा जा सकता है, कहीं पे भी आपको पोस्टिंग किया जा सकता है। सो दैट दिस क्वेश्चंस, the framing of this question reflects the demand of the UPSC, what it demands from a candidate. So I think it is now clear to all of you that it is not difficult, rather it is analytical. Okay? So this is all clear to you, I think all of you know. Now, what do we understand? Range of question. So entire syllabus is covered. Whatever the UPSC has given the syllabus, you need to prepare it thoroughly. Thoroughly you have to prepare it, keep that in mind. If you are leaving any part just with the perception that in the previous 2 years, questions related to this topic has not been asked, no. If questions related to that particular topic has not been asked in the previous 2 or 3 years, then there is a definite probability that the question is going to come. So you should not skip that topic. पर्सनैलिटी वाला क्वेश्चन 2-3 साल पहले रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर महात्मा गांधी और बी आर अम्बेडकर के बीच में आया था, फिर उससे पहले सुभाष चंद्र बोस के साथ में आया था, और 2-3 साल तक नहीं आया क्वेश्चन कोई भी। सो मॉडर्न इंडिया के मेकर्स में जब हम बात करते हैं, दिस टॉपिक इज रिलेटेड टू योर पॉलिटिकल साइंस ऑल्सो एंड रिलेटेड टू योर एथिक्स ऑल्सो। तो हम 4 मेन पिलर्स को पढ़ते हैं, महात्मा गांधी, बी आर अम्बेडकर, टैगोर एंड जवाहरलाल नेहरू। तो इनके बारे में तो आप लोग को एकदम याद होना चाहिए कि किस किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इनके क्या क्या आइडियाज़ थे। नेशनलिज्म के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, एजुकेशन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, सोसाइटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, स्टेट का रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन कैसे होना चाहिए, लैंग्वेज की तरफ में पॉलिसी क्या होना चाहिए। एटलीस्ट इन 4 पर्सनैलिटीज़ का तो आपको होना ही चाहिए आपके पास में नॉलेज। और उसमें देखो आ ही गया, नॉलेज कर लिया, फिर दोनों के बीच में कंपैरिजन। सो अगेन एनालिटिकल, कि आप एनालाइज कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते हैं। नेचर ऑफ द क्वेश्चन आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड, फ्रॉम मॉडरेट टू एनालिटिकल लेवल. एडवांस्ड लेवल है. एडवांस क्या है? इसलिए नहीं कि वो डिफिकल्ट है, दैट इट कैन नॉट बी अटेम्प्टेड. अरे यार कहाँ से पढ़े, कहाँ से, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. वो आपके सारे एम्बिट में वॉट एवर द क्वेश्चन दैट हैज बीन गिवन इन दिस पेपर, all these 6 question has its essence in the NCERT. कोई एक इसमें से ऐसा क्वेश्चन नहीं है जो कि NCERT में नहीं अवेलेबल है. हाँ, you will not get the entire answer written. It is not that the entire आपने बस वो चैप्टर खोला, वहां से एक थीम उठाया और आप उसका पूरा आंसर. No, but whatever the theme which has been picked, whatever the basis on which the question has been framed, all the topics are there in the NCERT. So never skip the NCERT, even for your PT part also and even for your mains part also. कभी भी उसको skip नहीं करना है. ये सारे के सारे questions जो भी हैं, ये अगर आप NCERT, मॉडर्न NCERT अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो सारे में आपको मिल जाएगा. आपको ये टॉपिक्स मिल जाएंगे. आपको खोजना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा पढ़ना पड़ेगा. यू नीड टू एनालाइज, यू नीड टू डेवलप, यू नीड टू रीड, देन यू विल फाइंड दैट अच्छा ये तो था इसके अंदर में. और उसके बाद से अगर थोड़ा सा अगर आप उसके ऊपर सर्च करते, यू विल कुड हैव गिवन दैट. ओके, नाउ फ्यूचर स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होना चाहिए? सो व्हाट शुड बी योर फ्यूचर स्ट्रैटेजी? रीड द NCERTs very carefully. Okay, second part, go through the PYQs. Go through the PYQs and based upon that you must try to write down the answer, and with wherever from wherever you are preparing, you need to get yourself evaluated. पढ़ के सिर्फ नहीं होगा. आप सिर्फ पढ़ लेंगे तो आपसे ये एग्जाम नहीं निकलेगा. आपको अपने आप को इवैल्यूएट करवाना पड़ेगा, अपने आप को एनालाइज करवाना पड़ेगा कि हाँ जो मैं लिख रहा हूँ, जो मैं समझता हूँ, whether it is right or not. So you need to get yourself evaluated. और फिर उसमें जो रिमार्क्स मिलता है उसके ऊपर वर्क करना है. ठीक है? So future strategy, NCERTs, write down answer as much as possible. पहले PYQs लिखा और फिर उसके बाद में जो भी जैसे आपने जैसे टक्कर टेस्ट सीरीज दे रखा है या कहीं पे भी आपने ज्वाइन किया हुआ है, तो आप उसके क्वेश्चंस को डेली बेसिस पे लिखिए. कितना टाइम लगता है? 8 से 10 मिनट. एक टॉपिक जैसे ही कंप्लीट हुआ उससे रिलेटेड जितने भी क्वेश्चंस आपको मिल रहे हैं, एक फ्रेंड सर्कल आपका होता है, तो एक को बोलिए कि वहाँ से क्वेश्चंस लेके आ जाए, एक को बोलना कि वहाँ से क्वेश्चंस लेके आ जाए, और फिर एक जगह पे कलेक्शन कर लो क्वेश्चंस का और फिर आंसर राइटिंग करो. मॉडल आंसर अगर मिल जाता है तो वहाँ से 2 एक दे के करो. नहीं कुछ समझ में आ रहा है तो आप जिस भी फैकल्टी के साथ में जहाँ पे भी जुड़े हुए हैं उनसे थोड़ा सा राय ले लीजिए. सो दैट शुड बी द स्ट्रैटेजी. ओके, आफ्टर दैट देयर आर सर्टेन बुक्स आर देयर, द स्टैंडर्ड टेक्स्ट्स आर देयर. Okay, as far as if we talk about ancient India, now the role of, yes, I am not denying that you should not study and read R.S. Sharma. You should read it, but some selected chapters and some selected topics are there from the Upendra Singh, which you need to read. Not everything, and here obviously faculty will help you. In order to read and understand Upendra Singh, you need the help of the faculty. This is the one thing. The second thing is, either you can, for medieval India if we are talking about, you can go through Satish Chandra. Okay, that is one another source for your medieval India, Satish Chandra, history of medieval India. And now as far as modern India is concerned and post-independent India, you have the Bipin Chandra text. For modern India, it is the India struggle for independence. You should read that part. See, many of you ask us a question that reading spectrum is that should we read the spectrum or not. I am not denying that you should not read it, but the point is that you will not get that intellectual answer. That intellectual underpinning is missing in that spectrum. So your ability to question, ability to look beyond what is at the surface level, that is not going to develop by reading only spectrum. It may help you to clear the prelims examination. It may also help you to clear the mains examination also. But that nature, the quality will not come. And only what if you are reading the Bipin Chandra once, at least you will get an edge over all other candidates. See, we are in, what is this examination? This is all about competition. You don't have to get any kind of school or any college degree. So it will help you to get an edge over this competition. Similarly, for post-independent India, you have India Since Independence, again which is written by Bipin Chandra, and many other editors are there. And world history, you can go through towards the old NCERT by Arjun Dev. Okay, that book is there, you can prepare from that. Moreover, you can also refer to IGNOU notes also. For your mains part, you can also refer the IGNOU notes. That is also having a good amount of content. Okay, that you can also refer for your mains preparation for your GS history portion, IGNOU notes. Not the honors part, but the program. Whenever you go through the IGNOU portal, you will find that there is a program. Program is combination of subjects. Honors, basically we have multiple subject honors related degrees are there, so that you have to keep that in mind. Okay, so again that source is helpful. Now as far as furthermore preparation if you need, then we have our Takkar test series. Takkar's test series is there, then we have our ED classes also. Now there is one question that whether that current affair has any role towards history questions or not. See, history has one question. It is not that in this year that question has come, but in the previous year there was one question related to the motives of the lion and the bull symbol. Previous year when the new parliament was made, the lion symbol which is there in the national emblem, it was in news, and based upon that the UPSC has framed the question. This year there is no question related to current affair, no direct linkages is there, but still current affair has its value, so you should need to study it also. Our DTRS session is there every day at 4 p.m. DTRS session is taken, so you should watch. So sometimes that current affair part, whenever it is going, you should see that whether it is related to art and culture, and if that topic is not only limited to MCQ part. For example, if you are reading the Hoysala, right now it has been given the UNESCO status. So there is a probability that they can ask you that how the Hoysala art evolved, what are the phases, what are the important features of that. So that you should prepare. Okay, this is the thing. The sources of preparation, I think everything I have done. Okay, any kind of question, any kind of doubt from anyone? See, if you can do it on your own, थोड़ा हिस्ट्री का सिलेबस जो है वो क्या हो, थोड़ा वास्ट है. एज फार एज पॉलिटी, हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी और इकोनॉमिक्स का अगर हम बात करें तो ये थोड़ा लेंदी सिलेबस है, तो आपको इसे पहले कवर करना चाहिए. पहले कवर करिए. इन चारों सब्जेक्ट के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. थोड़ा सा डेप्थफुल अंडरस्टैंडिंग भी है. बाकी के सब्जेक्ट जो हैं वो थोड़े से वॉल्यूमिनस कम है, ये चार सब्जेक्ट वॉल्यूमिनस ज़्यादा है, तो पहले इसे कवर कर लीजिए, ये ज़्यादा बेहतर रहेगा. Other than that, if you can still do after December or from January, you can do it. There is no issue in that. But provided it depends upon you whether you can do it. Okay. So if there is no question, then so I will be resting here, and now I will give this podium to Lakshmi sir. He will take the geography and other subjects. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so let's have a brief interaction. So he will be uploading the file till that time. How did you find the geography section in GS1 paper this year? किस तरीके से आपको ठीक है, कैसे लगे क्वेश्चंस का नेचर, आपको डिफिकल्टी लेवल एंड ऑल? Which one? Okay, fjords. Okay. And other things were very easy, straightforward. Okay, compared to last year, how did you find this paper? comparatively it was easy to moderate, no? Last year? Okay, so what about environment section? Yes, good evening, good afternoon everyone. Online students, all right. Environment section, did you find any change in the question pattern or nature of questions, difficulty level? Last year के questions आपने देखे होंगे, right? They asked the factual or purely information based questions, जिसको हम बोलते हैं. क्या था last year? Kyoto Protocol, Gothenburg Protocol. That was very specific information, no? What they asked this year? Very simple, no? Global warming, sea level rise and its impact, right? So, or electric vehicles, carbon emissions, right? Or biofuels, microorganisms. So, most of the students could have attempted this. ठीक है, ऐसा मतलब है नहीं कि को आंसर को अटेम्प्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे. गोथनबर्ग के बारे में नहीं लिख पाए होंगे लास्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट्स है ना, राइट? So yes, let's start with the geography section and then we'll discuss the environment and other sections one by one. So yes, see, the idea behind taking this discussion is those who are starting the preparation at present or those who have completed the foundation batch, they are going to attempt next year, let's say 2024 attempt, or those who have even given this year's mains and could not have a satisfactory attempt. For them, this is going to be very helpful. Why? Because we are going to provide you strategy for next year by doing the trend analysis. ठीक है. Now, trend analysis means, and why it is required? Yes, it is required because UPSC has some tendency to ask certain kinds of questions from certain areas. Once we identify that, then our efforts will be streamlined in the right direction. Otherwise, we know that there are bulky books, n number of notes of n number of classes in that market, and we are basically facing lot of trouble in identifying relevant material, study material, right? कि क्या पढ़ाई करें, ये दिक्कत है, and that's why trend analysis is very important, so that we identify the key terms or we can say key areas of this particular syllabus or the subject and we focus more on those areas. ठीक है? So from geography we are aware that what is the syllabus for geography? GS1 paper, and very important. Why we are saying very important? How much mark UPSC allocates for geography in GS1? Yes, online students, write it in the comment box also. ठीक है, अगर मैं कुछ response आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ तो आप comment में बताइए. In last 5-6 years, there has been trend that UPSC is asking 100 marks question for geography, 100 marks out of 250. And how they are asking? 4 questions, 10 marker, 4 questions of 15 marker. This has been the standard trend and UPSC has not changed it in last 4-5 years. ठीक है, इसको हम ट्रेंड एनालिसिस बोलते हैं कि इतना सिग्निफिकेंट वेटेज है ज्योग्राफी को. विद इन दैट ऑल्सो विल सी द सिलेबस टॉपिक वाइज. क्विकली सी द सिलेबस. जनरली आई टेल और डिवाइड दिस सिलेबस इनटू 4 पार्ट्स. One is physical geography. You can see the first one, salient features of world's physical geography. Why we are discussing syllabus briefly? Why? Because उसके बाद ही आपको ठीक से ट्रेंड एनालिसिस समझेगा कि कौन से सिलेबस टॉपिक से कितने क्वेश्चंस आए और कैसे डील करना है. Salient features of world's physical geography. Now, it is including Indian geography. ठीक है? When we say world's physical geography, it is including India's physical geography also. ठीक है? I will tell you how the questions are being asked from the Indian physical geography. So, all physical geography including geomorphology, climatology, then oceanography and biogeography. All these are part of physical geography. Then second part of the syllabus is resources. Okay, so distribution of key resources across the world. Now it is saying that including Indian subcontinent. So that means India also, including. Distribution of resources. This is one important topic. Third important topic is location of industries. And it is saying clearly factors responsible for location of industries. And it is saying primary, secondary, tertiary sector industries. Okay, so it can be primary sector related to agriculture and allied activities, or we can say that mining, quarrying and lumbering activities. It can be secondary, that is industry and purely manufacturing activity we can say. Tertiary we can say service sector, including transportation and other services, financial services, service sector. Okay, including IT sector, service sector में जिसको हम बोलते हैं. Last to last year there was question on IT sector. So this is the third important. Fourth syllabus topic. Okay, or the fourth division is important geophysical phenomenon. Now this includes natural hazards. This includes natural hazards like cyclone is there, earthquake is there, volcanoes are there, tsunami is there. So some of them mentioned here, but UPSC can ask beyond this. ETC लिखा हुआ है syllabus में. Like they are already asked cloud burst and its mechanism. ठीक है, तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि इसके beyond जाके भी आपको तैयार करना है syllabus के. Okay, so this is important one, and the sub part of that is the contemporary climatic phenomenon like climate change, global warming and its impact on flora and fauna. ठीक है, तो ये देख सकते हैं आप geographical features and their location changes in the critical geographical features like water bodies, ice caps and in flora and fauna and the effects of such changes. Now every year UPSC distributes these 8 questions in a balanced manner. Like they will ask 1 or 2 questions from physical geography, they will ask 1 or 2 questions from distribution of resources, then 2 questions from industries, 2 questions from these 2. Okay, so there will be balanced aspects, so you cannot skip any particular syllabus topic here. I am going to explain you how to prepare for these 4. ठीक है, कैसे तैयारी की जाती है इसकी. ठीक है, but before that let's see how UPSC has asked questions from geography section. ठीक है, अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि ट्रेंड since 2017 UPSC has kept a similar trend of asking question. 4 question 10 mark, 4 question 15 mark, 100 marks total. Is this clear? So next year also we expect that UPSC continues this. ठीक है, 100 marks is very significant. 8 questions. Okay, now let's talk about the weightage given to different 4 sections. I have told you I divide this generally like this: salient features of world physical geography, then important geophysical phenomenon, distribution of resources and location of industries. So generally it balances. You can see here 3, 1.5, 1.5, 2. You may be saying कि 1.5 question कैसे होता है? See, there was one question which was having the mention in the second part of the question about, we can say that this phenomenon, natural resources, and the first part was related to, first part was related to resources, second part was related to, we can say that natural hazards. कौन सा था वो क्वेश्चन वो भी मैं आपको बताऊंगा, but overall weightage मैं पहले बताना चाहता हूँ. You can see that till the date कौन से एरिया पे ज्यादा फोकस हुआ है? 25 questions. What is that? Important geophysical phenomenon and this climate change and global warming aspect. So more focus is given by UPSC in this syllabus topic. Thereafter, the second largest, key natural resources, its distribution. And then we can say that the physical geography and the industries aspect. Now this is trend analysis. This is very important. Okay, and accordingly we should give weightage while preparing these syllabus topics. I am going to explain you how to prepare all these syllabus topics also. Now briefly let's have a look at this year's question paper. In one page we have tried to add all questions, and I am going to just mention the difficulty level, the syllabus topic. I am not going to discuss in detail these questions. As earlier we told you, the detailed discussion of all these questions will be taken later on. Okay, first of all, if you remember last year's question, they were a little bit moderate to difficult in terms of difficulty level because these questions were applied in nature. Okay, applied in nature, like for example, the natural resource potential of Deccan traps. आपके जो भी रिसोर्सेस है, जहाँ से भी आपने पढ़ाई की है, फाउंडेशन बैच हो, जो भी आपने पढ़ाई की है, क्या एक जगह पे आपको इसका आंसर मिल रहा था क्या? Did you find the answer to this question at one place in any reference book or resource? No. So that means we have to apply our mind, and we can say that organize, structure our information, understanding about that topic, and then write the answer. This is applied in nature. Okay, wind energy potential, right? Or the primary rocks. It was easy, but students were confused at that time. इस प्राइमरी रॉक पे 150 वर्ड्स क्या लिखेंगे, है ना? रॉक्स का एक छोटा सा चैप्टर है, उसमें रॉक साइकिल पढ़ाया है एनसीईआरटी में, प्राइमरी रॉक्स का 2 एग्जाम्पल दिया है, इग्नियस रॉक्स होता है, इतना ही बताया है. 150 वर्ड्स कैसे लिखे इसको, क्या लिखे? दैट वाज अ चैलेंज एट दैट टाइम. सो यस, comparatively this year you can see largely it is static and plus current or contemporary aspect. So it is not having any applied aspect largely involved in this question. That makes this question paper easy to moderate. Applied मतलब वहाँ पे 2 मिनट आपको सोचना पड़ेगा, information gather करनी पड़ेगी, and then we have to organize, structure it according to demand and command of the question. Now, very straightforward questions. Discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in tropical countries. इसमें आपको ज़्यादा कुछ सोचना नहीं है. Just list down the consequences. ठीक है, उसमें कोई आपको डिफिकल्ट वाला एस्पेक्ट नहीं है कि कॉन्सेप्ट पूछा है वो नहीं समझ रहा है, एक पर्टिकुलर इंफॉर्मेशन पूछी है दैट यू आर नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड. So it was not involved. So the syllabus topic we have mentioned here, कौन से related है, किससे related है, and the nature of question. Now why we are saying contemporary? Climate change is a contemporary phenomenon. So whatever the developments that are happening, we call it as a contemporary development, climate change से related. It can extend to, we can say that 10 years, 15 years back also. ठीक है, तो एक साल से 10 साल, we call it as contemporary phenomenon, climate change, global warming and all. Okay, second question, why the world today confronted with the crisis of availability and the access to fresh water? Again, the natural resources, water resources, natural resource. And every year UPSC asks one question either in GS1 or GS3 related to water resources. तो क्यों ना हम हमारे पास क्वालिटी डेटा वाटर रिसोर्सेस के ऊपर और कुछ रिपोर्ट्स और उसके फाइंडिंग्स, इंटरनेशनल बॉडीज के जो रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं वाटर रिसोर्सेज से रिलेटेड, तो वो आप लिख के रखिए एक जगह पे. आई एम टेलिंग यू एवरी ईयर यूपीएससी आस्क्स वन क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू वाटर रिसोर्सेज. सो यस, इट इज कंटेम्पररी एस्पेक्ट. नो, fjord, physical geography. Now every year UPSC asks one question out of 20 questions in GS papers, which makes students uncomfortable in the examination hall. एक क्वेश्चन होता है ऐसे, ठीक है, हर एक पेपर में, अगर देखते हैं आप सारे पेपर, but try to understand fjords. You have read about it in NCERT, 11th standard NCERT, that it is a glacial landform. Okay, and how it is formed, this thing you know. The second part is completely generic. What it is saying, why they constitute some of the most picturesque areas of the world. Those who are watching Hollywood web series, Game of Thrones हो या कौन सा भी हो, ये सारे शूटिंग्स उधर ही होता है. देखिए आइसलैंड में, नॉर्वे में, ठीक है, तो वहाँ पे ये सारे fjords ही दिखाता है. गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स जिसने देखा है उसको सब पता है, ठीक है, ये सारे fjords का एग्जाम्पल वो जो है वहाँ पे शूटिंग होता है, कोस्टल एरियाज का जो है. ओके, कैसे होता है fjords, कैसे दिखता है, यू नो राइट? हाउ डज इट लुक लाइक? बेसिकली व्हेन द ग्लेशियर इज एंटरिंग इनटू डायरेक्टली ओशंस, सो दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ इरोजनल लैंडफॉर्म एंड द हिल इज हैविंग क्लिफ एंड इमीडिएटली देयर इज ओशन, दैट इज fjord. ठीक है, तो अगेन आई डोंट वांट टू गो इन डिटेल्स ऑफ दैट, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू कि जितना लगता है उतना मुश्किल नहीं है. I told you it is just to make it the student uncomfortable in the examination hall. Those students who are mature, smart, they can easily tackle this question also. Now this one also, Purvaya. I told you world geography includes Indian geography also. This one, Indian climate or climatology. Okay. As the name suggests, Purvaya, those who have learned monsoon phenomenon, there are two branches. We know that Bay of Bengal branch turn into, we can say, eastern, from east to west direction along the foothills of Himalayas over the North Indian plains. So, वो logic भी use कर सकता है. Second part is generic in nature. Again, student will write something. Cultural ethos. Culture ethos क्या होता है? Festivals, food, attires. All these things are, we can say, music, dance. All this is cultural aspect. Okay? So one can easily write the generic content in second part. It's fine, it's accepted. कुछ ना लिखने से कुछ तो लिखा हुआ बेहतर ही होता है. एक दो मार्क ज़्यादा ही मिलेगा आपको. Understood? Yes. Now, yes, physical geography, why I am telling you, it is static. Okay? Second part is applied. How cultural influence. Okay? Thereafter, comment on the resource potential of long coastline. Now, can we say that now this is the new trend that UPSC has adopted to ask the resource potential of different regions of India? Last year they asked Deccan traps. Now this year they are asking coastal areas. Understood? Second thing that you should clearly understand, they can combine the two or more syllabus topics of not only geography but all the syllabus. Like GS3 मैं आपको बताऊंगा कैसे वो combine कर रहा है. Here also they have combined two. Highlight the status of natural hazards preparedness in this area. Second part is related to natural hazard. First part is related to resources. So they combined in one question itself. इसलिए मैंने 1.5 किया है जब ऊपर लिखा था. Understood? Okay. So yes, of course, we know that which natural hazards that our coastal areas are facing, including cyclone or coastal erosion. Last year disaster management में पूछ लिया GS3 में coastal erosion. Okay, so that is, we can say, one of the natural hazard or disaster we can say. Then storms are there, storm surges are there in the coastal area. Tsunami, again we can say it is vulnerable to tsunami also. ठीक है, तो coastal areas are vulnerable to these natural hazards. One can easily write this. Fine. Identify and discuss the factors responsible for diversity of natural vegetation. Biogeography of India. Very simple, static, NCERT based. Factors we know about for the natural vegetation. The main important factors are climate and soil only. Okay. Climate, temperature and moisture, and then the soil. These are the main. Give example. Identify the factors and discuss. For every factor you give example. Natural vegetation of India. Okay. Including slope as a factor. Western slope of Western Ghats. Or the southern slope of Himalayas. Dense forest. Northern slope of Himalayas. क्यों? क्योंकि southern slope is more exposed to sunlight as well as rainfall. More rainfall. ठीक है. So yes, now you have understood physical geography से 3 question आए हुए हैं. 1, 2, 3. And they are static and applied. You can see static applied, static applied. So it is expected that whatever you are studying as a reference book, first thing is very clear, the conceptual understanding. And second is application of those concepts. When I say applied, application of those concepts. Like the second part you can see, assess the significance of wildlife sanctuaries in the rainforest regions. Now I am telling you, students are going to make mistake here. Students are going to write the examples of wildlife sanctuaries which are outside the rainforest areas. कोई भी general example लिखेंगे यहाँ पर. Rainforest areas कहाँ पर है इंडिया में? Western Ghats and Northeast. And we can say that the Andaman and Nicobar. Okay, Andaman and Nicobar is also part of India. Don't forget about it. It is having equatorial forest, no? Tropical evergreen forest. So we call it as a rainforest. There also we have this national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. ठीक है, तो इनका significance बताना है. So students will write the significance, but specific examples लिखना मुश्किल हो जाएगा students को. They will write about Nilgiri, Western Ghats and all these things. Okay, but yes, fine, attemptable again. I am saying that all questions are attemptable. ठीक है, a well-read student will attempt all questions. Now, why did human development fail to keep pace with the economic development in India? This is purely applied question. ठीक है. Now you must be thinking कौन सा syllabus topic से है ये? अब मैंने लिखा है factors responsible for location of industries. See, human resource or human is an important resource for location of industries. Simply economic activities. Okay, and human development is related to human resource. Okay, human development is related to human resource, and the important indicators for human development are health, education, per capita income, or we can say that the skill development and all these things. ठीक है. In India, we know that all these indicators are problematic. ठीक है. So can we agree with this statement? Yes, it fails to keep a pace with the economic development. We know that economic development is focused more by the present government through investment in the infrastructure and other aspects, rather than investing more in the health and education sector. Skill development, ठीक है, तो वहां पे इन्वेस्टमेंट कम है, दैट्स वाई इसका ज़्यादा इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं है. जस्ट आई एम सिंपली टेलिंग यू, इट इज़ अप्लाइड क्वेश्चन, वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट इट. सारे क्वेश्चन में से मुझे लगता है सिर्फ ये क्वेश्चन है जहां पे स्टूडेंट को सोचना पड़ा होगा. ठीक है, अदरवाइज all 7 questions, remaining questions are pretty straightforward. The 7th one was like completely right about green revolution, implicitly, explicitly नहीं बोला है उन्होंने, right? From being net importer in 1960s, India has emerged as net food exporter in the world. Provide reasons. Green revolution. So whatever the measures were being taken in during green revolution and after that, till the present time also we can say, including extension services and on mechanization of agriculture, वो सारी चीज लिखी है उसमें. Static part है, basics है. Okay, so now you have understood. So can we tag this question paper as moderate, easy to moderate? Geography section. Is everyone agreeing with me? Online students. हाँ. Yes, because the primary activity, agriculture. Okay, they are asking reasons, no? So they are asking reasons for location of which industry. They are asking about the agriculture, primary activity. We have to understand and link to our syllabus topic. नहीं तो हमें मुश्किल हो जाएगा पढ़ाई करना. Agriculture is a primary activity. Okay, so we have to understand that it is linked to that part. ठीक है, दूसरे सिलेबस टॉपिक से ये लिंक नहीं करेगा. ठीक है, फाइन. यस, ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स, आर यू फॉलोइंग एवरीवन? यस, वी विल शेयर दिस पीडीएफ आल्सो लेटर ऑन. ठीक है, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? ठीक है, देखिए सारे क्वेश्चंस, ऑल दीज क्वेश्चंस आर डेल्ट इन डेप्थ इन द फाउंडेशन बैच क्लासेस. ज्योग्राफी के जो हम फाउंडेशन बैचेस क्लास लेते हैं सारे होते हैं. ऑफ कोर्स वो पूर्वैया इज द रीजनल नेम, सो of course the faculty may not be taking that name in the class as a Purvaya, but surely the monsoon phenomenon is in depth explained, and how the Bay of Bengal branch is turning to its, we can say that the western direction, and all these things are explained there, right? So not to worry about that. Look at this, the ED lectures that we have at Lukmaan IAS, contemporary and current developments, how they are covered, climate change and all these things. So this year, 2022 November month, we had this ED lecture, and it was related to how climate change is affecting the food production over the world. Is it not directly linked to the first question, for the जो 4 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है, consequences of climate change on the food security? ठीक है, food security in tropical countries ऐसा specific पूछा है हमने पूरे world का इसमें. Look at the question that we have asked in the Hindu analysis also. Explain the link between climate change, food security and the health. We were expecting question either related to health or food security. Question उसमें आ गया है. Okay, so for contemporary and current developments, the current affairs classes at Lukmaan IAS, be it the Hindu analysis or ED lectures, they are very, very important and relevant. I'm going to tell you the relevance in further questions also one by one. About the test series, the questions. Why is the world today confronted with the crisis of water availability? As we know that every year UPSC asks the question related to water. In our test series, we deliberately asked one question related to water. This year there was this report related to lakes, and the climate change is shrinking more than 50% of the world lakes. ऐसा उन्होंने finding. देखिए, critically evaluate the impact of shrinking lakes of the world due to climate change and human activities. There was this question, one water approach was in news. Okay, one water means considering the complete water that is circulated through hydrological cycle. We have to understand it in an integrated manner for water conservation aspect, not in isolation. ठीक है, जैसे one health approach आप पढ़ते हैं ना न्यूज़ में, one water approach was also in news. We are expecting question on this term. But anyway, whatever the content we are going to write, it is on similar lines. Fine. So how do we prepare for this year's mains examination now, 2024? You all are going to give mains, right, next year? So how do we prepare for geography section? Yes? कैसे तैयारी करेंगे? The first and foremost thing in geography is be well prepared with the physical geography and its concepts, world as well as India. Okay, be it geomorphology, climatology. Climatology ज़्यादा focus करते हैं वो. इस साल उन्होंने इंडिया का पूछा. They generally ask the concept related to climate in world geography. Okay, although last year they asked from climatology, they asked this cyclone and all these things as a part of natural hazards. So color coded system they asked last year. That was part of disaster management. Okay, but fine. Focus more on static part, concept clarity and the knowledge aspect. Okay, why? Because this year they asked more on the static part. So we have to cover it thoroughly. Then follow current affairs for geophysical phenomenon. Then climate change and economic geography also. Why I am saying economic geography? Because if suppose something in news, like critical minerals were in news, electric vehicles के लिए, batteries के लिए, so UPSC will ask distribution of critical minerals. ठीक है, from the static aspect they will ask, but it is in news. So economic, human development or human resource or economic development, वो news में रहता है हमेशा. So cover that. Then you need to have your own handwritten notes for all syllabus topics. Okay, when we'll have the detailed discussions of this question, I am going to explain you how we make notes. हमारे जो students हैं उनको तो पता होगा, टक्कर के मेंस के जो students हैं, मैंने एक पूरा सेशन लिया हुआ है आपका ज्योग्राफी का, कैसे नोट्स बनाता है ना? But briefly let me tell you, you should make notes of two important topics, resources and industries. Contemporary aspects you are going to cover through current affairs. Physical geography you are going to revise even for mains examinations. Don't make notes for physical geography. It is very vast. It is concept based, so try to understand the concepts. Notes you should make for, we can say that, resources and industries. And you should have one page note for each resource, one page note for each industry. And these notes should be through maps. Question, syllabus topic itself says distribution of resources. So it is expected that you draw the map, like the resources of coastal areas. The student who will draw the map of India's coastal areas and locate the resources in that map will get 1 mark extra. ये जरूर है. Geography demands diagrams and maps. Understood? Those who are going to show the direction of Purvaiya by drawing the map, they are going to get 1 mark extra. वो बोल रहे थे ना, आप क्या लिखोगे इसमें? Draw this diagram, draw this map. Okay, this is going to be very effective and fetch you more marks. So that's why practice diagrams and map. Okay, these 1 page notes on one side of that A4 side, A4 page, map should be there. On other side, important data, whatever the points you are going to write, दूसरे पेज पे होना चाहिए. This is how you should make notes for resources and industries. This is going to be last minute revision notes for your mains examination. इसी को revise करना है exam से पहले हमें. Okay, brainstorming of applied question. This is how the Tucker mains program at Lukmaan IAS is well helpful. The variety of question that we covered in 3 tests, almost 3 tests we had in Tucker test series, right? And then the GS test series after prelims in phase 3 of Tucker test. So you are going to have 50-60 such geography related questions written in the test series. Along with that, the model answers and discussion, one-to-one mentoring, feedback. ये applied questions हम वहाँ पे पूछते हैं. इससे आपका brainstorming हो जाएगा. Okay. Then along with that, if suppose any geographical phenomenon is in news or concept is in news, you should try to understand its impact, consequences. When we say applied, how it is having impact, cause and effect relation. Okay. So that aspect you should brainstorm. Okay, especially climate change and global warming. Every year UPSC will ask one question related to impact of climate change on various, we can say, landforms or flora and fauna, other geographical features. ये सारा आपको ready रखना है, ठीक है, current affairs के through. Then writing practice is must. Of course, it is we can say that क्या बोल सकते हैं कि इसके बिना तो अभी मेंस एग्जाम तो आप नहीं क्लियर कर सकते हैं. Writing practice, it is very important. So you cannot keep the information and knowledge inside your mind. ठीक है, आपको लिखने आना चाहिए according to demand of the question, and you should be able to structureize according to command of the question. ये सारी चीज़. And this is where again Tucker test series program is very helpful for the student. I can clearly see कि students के marks कैसे बढ़ रहे हैं हर एक टेस्ट के बाद में. When they have this one-to-one mentoring session and thereafter they implement the feedback given by the faculty, it is going to help all the students. So those who let's say have not joined yet, you can think about this Tucker test series program. It is continuously till your interview stage we have this coverage for this Tucker test series, right? Lastly, which resources should be referred, because this video is going to be watched by the newcomers also. ठीक है, तो उनको तैयारी करने के लिए resources कौन से use करने चाहिए geography के लिए. Of course, 11th and 12th standard NCERT, if you are reading geography for the first time, read from 6th standard to 10th standard first, and thereafter 4 NCERTs of 11th standard and 12th standard. 2 NCERTs of 11th standard deal with physical geography, 2 NCERTs for 12th standard human and economic geography. Very clear? Now, this 12th standard human geography वाला जो है, उसी में वो human development, economic development, बहुत सारा fodder मिल जाएगा. NCERT का importance. Okay, right. Then Lukmaan IAS class notes. Yes, in our geography batch, foundation batch, in depth we can say that the dictation is given by me in the classroom itself. ठीक है, तो especially physical geography का, उसमें लिखने में बहुत आसानी होती है आपको. फिजिकल ज्योग्राफी का जब क्लास में कॉन्सेप्ट हो या कोई भी चीज़ जब एक्सप्लेन की जाती है तो. देन वन मोर थिंग जो मैंने अभी बोला, रिसोर्सेस एंड इंडस्ट्रीज कहाँ से करना है, बिग क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज एनसीईआरटी इज इनएडिक्वेट. लास्ट ईयर दे आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन ऑन द नेचुरल रिसोर्स रबर प्रोड्यूसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज. इट इज नॉट गिवन इन एनसीईआरटी. रबर प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्रीज कौन से है, क्या है. ओके, सो for that, what we have to do, we have to prepare these notes from geography optional book. If you are having one friend who is having geography optional subject, उनसे आप DR खुल्लर book ले सकते हैं जो इंडियन ज्योग्राफी का book है. ज्योग्राफी ऑप्शनल स्टूडेंट्स के लिए ये बाइबल होता है, ठीक है, तो आपने उनसे लेना है, ये 2 चैप्टर का जेरोक्स करके लेना है. इसके लिए बुक मत खरीदिए और दूसरा कुछ नहीं पढ़ना है वो बुक से. It is very, we can say, in depth. It is not helpful for GS geography. Okay, so you make notes out of this resources and industries. Then Lukmaan IAS ED classes, just now I told you its importance for current and contemporary development. The Hindu and Indian Express, either of it you can use for newspaper. ठीक है, especially for contemporary development. Climate change से हर हफ्ते आर्टिकल आता है द हिंदू में अलग अलग एंगल से. ठीक है. If the, let's say COP, now in November COP will happen, throughout month there will be, every day there will be article on climate change. ठीक है. So you prepare from that itself. Current affairs वहीं से तैयार करना चाहिए हमने. ठीक है. And then website or magazine, I would suggest that you should read Down to Earth. You can visit the website itself. Or Yojana is also to some extent helpful, but largely focus on this Down to Earth. Any question from your side for geography? It was very easy, I would say, this year compared to last year. Last year it was very difficult for students to deal with geography section. है ना? Yes. Now let's talk about environment section quickly. It is too quick to see the syllabus also. 3 ही word लिखे हुए हैं syllabus में. Preferred topic, yes, one student is asking which are the preferred topics for UPSC from geography section. So I would say preferred topics, instead of that I would say that the more emphasis is given by UPSC on which section? Natural resources. I told you the number of questions कहाँ पे ज़्यादा पूछे हैं? Natural resources से. तो आपको वहाँ पे ज़्यादा focus करना है. Distribution of key resources. Now from the environment section, let's talk about these syllabus topic: conservation, environmental pollution and degradation, EIA, environment impact assessment. Okay, so based on these, let's have a trend analysis. Okay, this year UPSC has asked questions which are linked to both science and technology and environment section and disaster management and environment section. कैसे हम बात करेंगे उस बारे में, ठीक है. Now have a look at this. Trend आपको दिखाई दे रहा है. 2 questions 10 marker, 1 question 15 marker, past 2 years. But this year what they have done, 1 question 10 mark, 3 question 15 marks. Okay, so total has gone beyond 50 now. Generally the questions 35 marks, 35 marks, 25 marks. Now this year weightage 55 marks for environment section. Now many people will think कि electric vehicles वाला question जो है science and tech का है. No, science and tech का नहीं है, क्योंकि वो specifically it is talking about the carbon emissions. Okay, the technology it is asking electric vehicles, but it is talking about how it is going to reduce the carbon emissions, how it is having comparative benefits than the petrol and diesel engine vehicles, traditional vehicles. हाँ, science and tech का है. कैसे? हाँ, but नहीं, but technical चीजें लिखोगे या इसमें क्या लिखोगे बताओ आंसर में? नहीं लिखेंगे ना. That's why you will write that it is clean. It is clean, we can say it is not emitting the air pollutants, one thing. Then the other pollutants, when we talk from the aspects of like the health aspect, you will write. ठीक है, तो इसलिए ये environment angles है. And syllabus topic environment pollution. Okay, so this one some students will say that the sea level rise and its impact, disaster management से question है. That's why I was telling you blend किया है उन्होंने. ठीक है, तो overlapping है या फिर students find it difficult कि ये इसका question है उसका question है. Biofuels, microorganisms, किसका question है ये? हाँ? Okay. Yes, online students, those who are watching this discussion, you can also give response in the comment box. Biofuels वाला question science and tech का था या environment का था? Environment. How? What was the question? The question was asking the processes of deriving the biofuels from the microorganisms. Are these processes part of environment section? It is part of biotechnology. Microorganisms, science का part है. They are asking processes. So there we will write this how bioethanol is derived through fermentation process, or how biodiesel is derived through transesterification process. ये लिखना था वहाँ पे, right? So that's why students find it a little bit tricky. So 55 marks. Let's see the questions and let's say syllabus topic कहाँ से पूछा है उन्होंने किया है. Yes, we discussed this just now. Okay, all these things are told. So थोड़ा सा overlapping किया हुआ है. कुछ part में उन्होंने एक aspect पूछा है, second part में उन्होंने. Look at the questions and nature of questions. See, oil pollution, was it in news in recent times? कहाँ पे हुआ था? Yes. Okay. हाँ हाँ, कब हुआ है ये? ओके, सो कैन वी, ठीक है 2022 का था या फिर 2020-21 में कई सारे ऑयल स्पिल्स हुए थे, ठीक है. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई एम कंसीडरिंग दिस एज अ काइंड ऑफ लेट्स से व्हाट यू कैन से स्टैटिक. व्हाई? क्योंकि पिछले 1-1.5 साल से एज सच बड़ा ऑयल स्पिल कुछ हुआ नहीं है जो आपके मेनस्ट्रीम न्यूज़पेपर कवर करे. ओके, एंड लुक एट द नेचर ऑफ क्वेश्चन. इट इज प्योरली स्टैटिक इन नेचर. व्हाट इज ऑयल पोल्यूशन? What are its impact on marine ecosystem and in what way particularly harmful for country like India? So it is not demanding current development. ठीक है, तो that's why I call it static and basic. आपको पता होना चाहिए oil spill, oil pollution क्या होता है, how does it impact especially marine ecology, how does it impact the marine ecosystem, and thereafter India coastal we have we can say that long coastline and how it impacts the coastal areas. You can talk about the livelihood of the people living in the coastal areas, depends on fisheries sector. Fish are affected because of this oil spill. Along with that, the tourism destination, of course it is affecting the tourist destinations also. ये सारी चीजें आप बात कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर. नहीं, oil spill is something that is happening due to concentrated release of oil on large scale at a particular point. ठीक है, unintentional also. Okay, but we can say that it is large scale. ठीक है, जो आप ड्रेनेज और इसकी बात करते हैं इफ्लुएंट्स की. हाँ हाँ, yes, we can call it when it is having large scale release of that oil. ठीक है, generally it is controlled. Okay, ठीक है, जो ड्रिलिंग वाला होता है. Okay, especially exploration के टाइम पे होता है, but thereafter they control this spill. ठीक है, so generally oil tankers, those commercial oil tankers, when they are actually resulting into oil spill, तो बहुत ज़्यादा होता है वो. ठीक है, and oil spill is very problematic. Why? If it is not dealt in initial few hours, spread हो जाएगा ना ये. एक बार spread हो गया तो वो फिर उसका impact जो है वो control नहीं कर सकते हम. We cannot mitigate that impact, and that's why the early hours immediate response is very important. Yes, we can say that. Why? Because जब कोस्टल बर्ड्स होते हैं या फिर हम फिश बोलते हैं, ठीक है, तो ह्यूमन का इतना इशू नहीं है, बट व्हेन दिस फिश इज डाइंग और फिश इज टेकिंग दैट, देन द कोस्टल बर्ड्स आर आल्सो ईटिंग दोज फिश. कहीं ना कहीं हम बोल सकते हैं कि पोल्यूशन नहीं बट अनवांटेड चीज़ें उनके बॉडी में बढ़ रही है इन अ कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड फॉर्मेट. हाँ, बायो एक्यूमुलेशन, बायो मैग्निफिकेशन एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स. यस, ऑक्सीजन का है, लाइट पेनिट्रेशन कम हो जाता है. द कोस्टल बर्ड्स जो होते हैं, मरीन बर्ड्स, वो उनके फीदर्स जो है हेवी हो जाते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ ऑयल, देन दे आर नॉट एबल टू फ्लाई. ये सारी चीज़ें आप बात कर. फाइन, सो लेट्स नॉट डिस्कस इन डिटेल. एडॉप्शन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, वेरी प्लेन स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन. We know that we are continuously emphasizing on electric vehicles. So it is in news in last few years. We call it as contemporary aspect, current aspect, ठीक है, and understanding, because it is saying that the key benefits they offer compared to traditional combustion vehicles. ठीक है, तो आपको understanding होना चाहिए how it works, electric vehicles. So you can write the simple points here. यहाँ पे generic content ही आएगा सारे स्टूडेंट्स का.
जैसे कि अपना कमर्शियल इंजन है जो, उसकी एफिशिएंसी बेटर होते हैं कंपेयर टू ना कार्बन पावर्ड थर्मल प्लांट से ज़्यादा बेटर एफिशिएंसी होती है। तो ये बेसिकली जो सिटीज़ के जो पोल्यूशन है इसको हम शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं विलेज में।
So we have to also understand and write it later on that we have to derive that electricity from renewable energy sources.
वो इंडियन कंटेक्स्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, शुरू में हम of course we are dependent on coal fired thermal power, but we are also focusing more on transition towards renewable energy. No, the electricity that is derived from renewable energy is beneficial here. So we have to understand this. ठीक है, we can mention that in later part, but it is related to environment pollution and degradation. You can see that 3 questions are related to environment pollution and degradation. Okay, this one, National Wetland Conservation Program. Wetlands, in past also in 2017 there was question related to wise use of wetlands and the Ramsar sites, Ramsar Convention. ठीक है, तो पास्ट में पूछा है तो आप रेडी रहिए. We also prepare this for prelims examination. Government initiatives, conservation related. National Wetland Conservation Program is rather merged with National Lake Conservation Program, and now it is Conservation Plan for Aquatic Ecosystem together. ये 2013 में ये merge किया गया था, right? And different kinds of measures like rejuvenation, let's say measures related to wetlands are undertaken. For we can say different wetlands in the country. The second part is purely factual. Name few of India's wetlands of international importance. If you mention the recent one or the prominent wetlands, be it Chilika Lake or एक दो natural लिखिए, एक दो man-made लिखिए, variety लाने के लिए उसमें भी, ठीक है. So this is second part is we can say factual. The first part is static in nature, government initiatives. So it does not require any conceptual understanding. ठीक है, इसमें कोई concept वाला aspect नहीं है. Then intergovernmental panel, first statement तो ऐसे ही लिखा हुआ है. Second statement में पूछा है actual question that what would be its impact in India and other countries in Indian Ocean region. Now it is very specific. First statement geography का जो question था, उन्होंने बोला tropical countries के food security पे क्या impact गिरेगा. This one is asking India and Indian Ocean countries. If you write anything, any example outside this, so that means you are not reading the question. ठीक है? So sea level rise and its impact. Why they are asking? Largely the developing and underdeveloped countries are lying in the Indian Ocean region. No, island countries are lying in the Indian Ocean region. तो उन पे ज़्यादा impact गिरने वाला है. Most dense populated countries are lying in the Indian Ocean region, Bangladesh, India. So all these are densely populated regions. ठीक है, तो वो सिर्फ इंडिया का नहीं, बाकी भी एग्जाम्पल लिखिए उसमें. ओके, इंडियन ओशन बोला है तो. सो वेरी सिंपल स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन. सी लेवल राइज से क्या क्या होता है आप सबको पता है कि कोस्टल फ्लडिंग इज देयर, इनंडेशन, एंड वी कैन से सी सॉल्ट वाटर इंकर्शंस, मिक्सिंग ऑफ सॉल्ट वाटर विद द ग्राउंड वाटर, फ्रेश वाटर रिसोर्सेज, ये सारी चीज़ें लिख सकते हैं आप उसमें. ठीक है, fine. So again it is related to environment pollution and degradation. It is environment degradation aspect. ठीक है, syllabus topic and all. Fine, now you have understood. So can we say that they were attemptable? Of course, as compared to Kyoto Protocol and Gothenburg Protocol, last year they asked very specific information was required. These are general, so they were attemptable. So I would tag them as moderate difficulty level. ठीक है, some of them are easy of course, but for the first timers it can be moderate also. This is demanding factual information. So for those students, ये नए students को नहीं पता, 2-3 साल से जो तैयारी कर रहे हैं, ये 2-3 प्रीलिम्स के टाइम पे नेशनल वेटलैंड कंजर्वेशन प्लान जो आप बुक्स पढ़ रहे होंगे, बीट शंकर IAS, PMF IAS, तो उसमें बहुत रिवीजन कर लिया होगा, कुछ ना कुछ तो याद आता होगा, है ना. फाइन, ओके. We at Lukmaan IAS, of course, deal with all these topics. जैसे ED है, oil pollution वाला, ठीक है. At that time, in 2021-20, that time many oil spills had happened, major oil spills. We had covered as a ED topic here, ठीक है. And then ED test question also you can see here. In the light of recent instances of oil spills, discuss the impact of oil spill on the environment and give the remedial measures. तो impact ही पूछा हुआ है इस बार भी उन्होंने. ठीक है. Now how do we prepare for this year's examination 2024? clear understanding of concepts and climate change related phenomenon. Okay, be it global warming and its impact, और बाकी जो environment से related है आपका syllabus topic है, ठीक है, be it ecosystem वाला है. Last year they asked very simple question related to carbon cycle. Do you remember? Biomass से related. It was related to carbon cycle. So that's why I'm telling you concept related aspect. Although this year they ask oil spill and all, but yes, we read about this oil spill when we read about the standard books and all environmental issues. Now, prepare small notes on all important environmental issues. Pollution related issues, degradation, global warming, climate change, इसका एक पेज नोट होना चाहिए. और वो जो कर रहा है वो ऑयल स्पिल वाला भी किया होगा. जो एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज के बारे में तैयारी कर रहा है तो वो ऑयल स्पिल के बारे में भी करेगा. ओके, सो प्रिपेयर वन पेज नोट एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज गिव रिसेंट इंस्टेंसेस, एग्जांपल्स देयर, करंट अफेयर्स से वहां पे लिख के रखिए. ठीक है, ऑयल स्पिल कहाँ पे हुआ है अगर आपने लिखा होगा नोट्स में तो आप आंसर में लिख सकते हैं. ठीक है, मेजर गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स एंड प्रोग्राम्स रिलेटेड टू कंजर्वेशन. Like they ask the wetland aspect. In future they can ask related to like rivers, water resources and their we can say that rejuvenation, river pollution से related वो पूछ सकते हैं. ठीक है, so government initiatives. We were expecting some wildlife related cheetah introduction and all these things happened, no? तो वो छोड़ के सब पूछ लिया यूपीएससी ने. जो पूरा साल स्टूडेंट चीता कर रहा होगा बट यूपीएससी ने दूसरा ही पूछ लिया. हाँ, ना प्री में ना मेंस में कहीं पे भी नहीं पूछा. फाइन. बी अपडेटेड विद द करंट डेवलपमेंट, स्पेशली क्लाइमेट चेंज, क्लीन एनर्जी टेक्नोलॉजीज लाइक ईवीज और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, इट इज इन न्यूज, और इवन बायोफ्यूल्स, ये भी न्यूज में है. ठीक है, ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस G20 हमने ईडी में रिसेंटली कवर किया है. हाँ, ठीक है. व्हाट रिसोर्सेस, इट इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक. 12th standard biology, last 4 chapters. 11th standard chemistry, environmental chemistry. क्यों important है ये environmental chemistry? Yes, wetland question can come in GS1 also, geography part. ठीक है, geography का भी part है वो. Environmental chemistry. Last year there was question on photochemical smog. Do you remember? Again, very specific phenomenon was asked. Photochemical smog. Gutenberg protocol was related to photochemical smog. अब ये phenomenon explain किया है ये NCERT के chapter में. सर बोल रहे कहाँ से कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं, हमारे लिए शंकर IAS बस, उसी को 10 रिवीजन देंगे, उसी को हम एग्जाम में यूज करेंगे. बट उससे पहले NCERT तो पढ़ लो, है ना. It is very basic, simple language में explain किया हुआ है. Okay, so this one. Then of course in class also we have dictation. Foundation batch students can deal with these questions. Generic questions है. ED classes are there. Newspaper, The Hindu and Express. I would say for environment section, Hindu is better than Indian Express. ठीक है. Then magazine, Down to Earth, again very important, relevant. Website, Ministry of Environment and UNEP, IUCN, IPCC, इनके रिपोर्ट्स आते हैं कई सारे. ठीक है, इनकी समरीज पढ़नी है. रिपोर्ट ऑफ कोर्स बहुत लंबा होता है, राइट. सो ट्राई टू रीड देयर समरीज. ठीक है, क्विकली लेट अस गो थ्रू द लास्ट पार्ट, दैट इज इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी एंड डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट. देयर आफ्टर पॉलिटी सोसाइटी सेक्शन विल बी टेकन बाय अभिजीत सर. ठीक है, तो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी का सिलेबस, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का सिलेबस. अगेन आई वुड से अटेम्प्टेबल, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चंस, एक्सपेक्टेड लाइन्स पे सारे क्वेश्चंस थे. ठीक है, सो अगेन आई डिवाइड द सिलेबस इन 4 पार्ट्स. लिंकेजेस बिटवीन डेवलपमेंट, स्प्रेड ऑफ एक्सट्रीमिज्म, देन इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी challenges from external state and non-state actors, challenges due to communication network, social media and all these things. Then we can say that money laundering, then organized crime and linkages with the terrorism. Fine. Disaster management का syllabus सबसे छोटा है. Disaster and disaster management. Let me tell you, all the questions also relate to this syllabus. क्योंकि syllabus क्या बोल रहा है? Disaster, disaster management. The question will be either asking about disaster, causes of disaster, consequences, or it will be asking management of that disaster. That's why the syllabus, disaster, disaster management. Straightforward questions होते हैं, ठीक है. Now, weightage. This one is one important part of GS3 paper. Consistently 50 marks are allocated to internal security. Consistently. Okay. So you can see that 2017 onwards, 2 questions from 10 marks, 2 questions from 15 marks. Every year UPSC is asking 50 marks questions from internal security. So in GS3 paper, after economy, 100 marks for economy. After economy, this is the important section. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. And also less efforts, more marks. जितना इकोनॉमी के लिए वास्ट पढ़ना पड़ता है आपको, तब जाके आप 100 मार्क का डील करते हैं. इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी का सिलेबस टॉपिक और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी चैलेंजेस करके जाओ, कवर हो जाएगा. अगेन यू हैव टू मेक नोट्स फॉर ऑल दोज इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यूज, चैलेंजेस. ठीक है. डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का एक ही क्वेश्चन था, डैम्स वाला. ठीक है. तो आई टोल्ड यू दैट सी लेवल राइज दैट इज नॉट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, एनवायरमेंट से क्वेश्चन है वो. ठीक है. सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दीज क्वेश्चंस, देयर नेचर क्विकली. ठीक है. डायरेक्ट सिलेबस टॉपिक, the internal security challenges from external state and non-state actors, and development and linkages between development and spread of extremism. Now we know that in Jammu and Kashmir, militancy in Jammu and Kashmir is linked to this one, development and spread of extremism. From that angle only it is asking question. Even in past there was question related to this, humanitarian aspect of security forces or administration, how it is more effective than the force to establish peace in the valley. इसी से क्वेश्चन है, देखिए. Okay, so hearts and minds, how the present government especially, you have to write after 2019, after reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir, how different interventions by the present government, be it employment generation program, be it investment in the infrastructure, tourism sector, roads development, bridges, all those rail links. ठीक है. तो इससे कैसे वहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगा, प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगा, ये सारी चीज़ें बात करनी है. यस यस, दैट इज ऑल्सो गुड. सद्भावना, ठीक है, जो मिशन सद्भावना या ऐसे कुछ तो जो है आर्मी इम्प्लीमेंट करता है, जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन फेस जो है फोर्सेस का दिखाई जाता है उसमें. राइट. सो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रिजोल्यूशन इंटरवेंशंस, सो डेवलपमेंट रिलेटेड इंटरवेंशंस लिखने हैं यहाँ पे. ठीक है. यहाँ पे फोर्स वाले नहीं. एनीथिंग? ओके. सो फाइन. सो करंट इसलिए लिखा हुआ है, कंटेम्प्रेरी या करंट, क्योंकि ये आपको रिसेंट वाले लिखने हैं, जो भी लिखना है इसमें इंटरवेंशन. देन इट वाज इन न्यूज बट नॉट इन लास्ट 1 ईयर. लास्ट ईयर एंड लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर हमने देखा है कि ड्रोन्स के थ्रू इन्होंने पाकिस्तान से कैसे आर्म्स और बॉम्ब वगैरह ये किया हुआ था बॉर्डर एरियाज में, है ना. हाँ. तो ये इंस्टेंसेस बहुत सारे अभी रिसेंट टाइम में हुए हैं. दैट्स व्हाई द क्वेश्चन, ड्रोन्स आर बीइंग यूज्ड बाय द external state and non-state actors to drop the arms, smuggling the drugs, and we can say that FICN, fake Indian currency notes, ये सारी चीजें हैं. ठीक है. Measures being taken to tackle this threat. We are also using technology, okay, to detect these drones along the border and take measures. ठीक है. तो ये सारी चीजें यहाँ पे लिखनी थी. Security challenges and their management in border areas. ठीक है. तो ये सारा. देन व्हाट आर द वेरी प्लेन एंड स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन. अब स्टूडेंट को यहाँ पे चैलेंज था कि हाउ टू राइट इन 250 वर्ड्स. व्हाट आर द इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी चैलेंजेस बीइंग फेस्ड बाय इंडिया. वेरी वेग. सारे लिखेंगे क्या? और ये एक पार्ट है क्वेश्चन का. गिव आउट रोल ऑफ सेंट्रल इंटेलिजेंस एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन. कितने सारे एजेंसीज है, एनआईए है, एनसीबी है, या कौन सा है अपना ईडी है, या फिर आईबी है इंटेलिजेंस वाला. ठीक है. बट वी हैव टू राइट द मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट 4 लिखेंगे इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट कौन सा है, इंटरलैंड टेररिज्म, इंसर्जेंसी इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया, मिलिटेंसी इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, एंड द फोर्थ यू कैन राइट ईदर नक्सलिज्म, ठीक है, नक्सलिज्म लिख सकते हैं या फिर ड्रग मेनेस भी लिख सकते हैं, ठीक है, मेजर वाले ये लिख सकते हैं, फिर साइबर वाला भी लिखेंगे ऑफ कोर्स, साइबर टेररिज्म, साइबर क्राइम्स जो है वो वाला भी लिख सकता है, बट वन कैन सिंपली मेंशन द रिमेनिंग एंड एलैबोरेट द इंपॉर्टेंट वंस सो दैट यू आर गिविंग मैसेज टू द एग्जामिनर, मुझे सब आता है, मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है और स्पेस भी नहीं है, ठीक है. So this is very important. Then second part is again you can talk about 2-3 important, let's say IB, NIA is there, and thereafter NCB, Narcotics Control Bureau is there, ED is there. Serious economic frauds के लिए हमारे पास separate investigation agency है, ED is there. Okay, so you can write about them. Major sources of terror funding in India. बस mention करना है यहाँ पर आपको major sources of terrorist funding. So this can be that money laundering wala aspect, hawala wala money hai, or we can say extortion money, kidnapping, then arms smuggling, drug smuggling from the organized criminals, human trafficking, drug trafficking, illegal wildlife trafficking, all these are sources of terrorism funding. Nowadays the cyber frauds, financial frauds, this is the new kind of funding being done for the terrorism. Getting this? नहीं समझ रहे, ठीक है. सेकंड पार्ट देखिए करंट अफेयर्स से कैसे लिंक किया है. दिस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्फ्रेंस नो मनी फॉर टेरर हैपेंड इन नवंबर मंथ. सो इट्स ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, एम्स एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स के लाइट में ये डिस्कस करना है आपको. बेसिकली सेम थिंग दे टॉक हियर, स्पेशली द एमर्जिंग सोर्सेस ऑफ फंडिंग, न्यू सोर्सेस ऑफ फंडिंग, लाइक साइबर फंड, साइबर जो क्राइम्स के थ्रू. ओके, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल जो मालवेयर और लेट्स से अटैक्स होता है, या फिर डिनायल ऑफ एक्सेस वाले, डिनायल ऑफ एक्सेस, कोई एक इंपॉर्टेंट फाइल्स है, आपका डेटा है, तो वहां पे वो क्या करेगा, रैंसमवेयर अटैक करेगा, डिनायल ऑफ एक्सेस, एंड देयर आफ्टर दे विल डिमांड द एक्सटॉर्शन मनी, ठीक है, या फिर जो मनी डिमांड करेंगे उसको डिक्रिप्ट करने के लिए. इस तरीके से नया सोर्स अभी आ रहा है. Talking about the disaster management, dam failures are always catastrophic, especially downstream side, resulting into loss of life, property. Various causes of dam failure, give 2 examples of large dam failures. अभी recent वाला example तो ककाओ, हाँ, लीबिया तो बाद में हुआ, पेपर के बाद में हुआ ना, क्या ड्यूरिंग हुआ, पहले हुआ है, 1-2 दिन पहले हुआ है, ठीक है. तो मे बी स्टूडेंट्स लिखा होगा, किसी ने लिखा नहीं होगा, बट दैट इज गुड एग्जाम्पल. इंटरनेशनल ऑल्सो कहाँ लिखा है, इंडिया का नहीं लिखा है ना, तो कोई भी लिख सकता है. हाँ, कखौजा डैम कौन सा जो था, वो जो फेलियर हुआ था वहाँ पर. सो बेसिकली ये क्वेश्चन उस एंगल से बनाया होगा. यूक्रेन, जस्ट दीज आर एलिगेशंस, ऑफ कोर्स अटैक हुआ था, दीज आर एलिगेशंस. But whatever it is, the causes we have to talk, and in that we can write man-made and natural. The more structured answer. ठीक है, natural causes you can talk about like excess rainfall. Libya वाला जो है, excess rainfall happened in short time period. These dams could not hold that much amount of water. वो है ही नहीं उसके लिए वो dams, इतना पानी ये करने के लिए. We can say due to even the mismanagement. Yes, we can talk about that also. Yes, in detail we can discuss later, but even in the Hindu analysis we had talked about no money for terror forum जो है उसका यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि objectives and all जो क्वेश्चन में पूछा है वही हमने डिस्कस किया हुआ है क्लास में. So whatever the current affairs वाला जो aspect है, we can prepare from that. How do we prepare this? Again, I tell student that 1-page note for each and every issue, challenge that we are facing, prepare that. In-depth preparation of all the challenges that we are facing. जब भी अभी मैंने 4-5 नाम लिए, वो challenges major है. Money laundering 2-3 साल बाद, हर 2-3 साल बाद क्वेश्चन आता है. But every alternate year they will repeat Naxalism, इंसर्जेंसी इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया, मिलिटेंसी एंड टेररिज्म. टेररिज्म हर साल आता है जनरली क्वेश्चन, ठीक है. देन कीप अ टैब ऑन गवर्नमेंट मेजर्स टू डील विथ इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी चैलेंजेस. फर्स्ट 2 क्वेश्चंस दिस ईयर, व्हाट वाज द कमांड? Government measures being taken. So that means it is very important part for internal security. Basically GS3 में हर चीज के लिए गवर्नमेंट मेजर्स रेडी करने चाहिए, ठीक है. बीट इकोनॉमी, एनवायरमेंट, साइंस एंड टेक, हर चीज के लिए गवर्नमेंट मेजर्स तैयार करना चाहिए, ठीक है. ओके, सो हाउ डू वी प्रिपेयर फॉर दिस पेपर? नाउ यू हैव अंडरस्टूड. मेक स्मॉल नोट्स फॉर ईच टाइप ऑफ डिजास्टर, its causes, consequences, recent instances and the measures, remedial measures, or we can say that preparedness aspect. हर एक डिजास्टर का आप इस तरीके से तैयार करिए. एंड आई ऑलवेज टेल स्टूडेंट दैट इंटीग्रेट दिस नोट्स विद द GS1 ज्योग्राफी नेचुरल हजार्ड पार्ट. एक ही तो है, सेम इधर भी आ सकता है, उधर भी आ सकता है. अंडरस्टूड? इज इट क्लियर एवरीवन? इसके सोर्सेस क्या है क्विकली? I guess most of the students have read this book also. जो बेसिक बुक है मार्केट में आज के टाइम पे, ठीक है. IPS अशोक कुमार उनका ही बुक यूज करते हैं. सारे इश्यूज अच्छे से बेसिक इवोल्यूशन, हिस्ट्री ऑफ ऑल दिस सिंपल लैंग्वेज में कवर कर चुका है. सो एक बुक सफिशिएंट है, ठीक है. देयर आफ्टर यस, ED क्लासेस, क्लास नोट्स, दिस वन, द हिंदू न्यूज़पेपर, NDMA वेबसाइट and Vivekananda International Foundation website. Experts on the international relations, diplomats, internal security, they actually deal with very good, write very good articles, debates उसके ऊपर होते हैं, ठीक है. So any question related to these topics? Okay, so hereafter Ansari sir will deal, Abhijit sir will deal with the society section, thereafter polity section. Okay, fine, let us stop now and Abhijit sir will continue. You know?
Okay, so I presume that most of you people have seen the paper. Okay, so how do you like the paper? How do you like the paper? कैसा था पेपर आप लोगों के लिए? It was of moderate level difficulty, but the interesting point that has to be observed in the paper is that you see that it was a well and curious mix of technological change, conventional paper, as well as facts and figure. So starting on that note, now you see the first question, do you think that marriage as a sacrament is losing its value in modern India? This is the question. Now, if we go by the exact configuration, which will come in subsequent time, but you see that a comparative aspect has to be made in this question, that what was marriage before and what is marriage now, है कि नहीं? तो points क्या क्या होंगे, ठीक है? तो you see the point, initially the marriage was transcendental, 7 जन्मों वाला था ना, है ना पहले. अभी क्या है? Till further notice, It's complicated, and till further notice, this is the whole case. So you see that you have to have some kind of understanding of marriage, particularly the Hindu marriage, and the marriage which is propagated by the universal applicability of it. Second, that what are the institutions that are arising which is decreasing the significance of the marriage. See, institution. See, initially what was the purpose of the marriage? See, emotional stability was one of the purpose. आज तो आधे इमोशनल स्टेबिलिटी फेसबुक पे हो रहे होते हैं, है ना, इंस्टाग्राम पे, सोशल मीडिया पे हो रहे होते हैं. तो यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द वेरियस फैक्टर बिकॉज ऑफ विच द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ द मैरिज इज डिक्रीजिंग. एंड व्हाइल यू आर राइटिंग द क्वेश्चन, then apart from India, on one or two aspect of the Western society and Western world has to be commented upon and has to be analyzed in this question. So you see that convention or conventional knowledge and the facts and figures and the newer institutions that is emerging, okay, has to be configured in this question. Newer institutions as in what? What are the new institutions or replacement of marriage that is emerging? Live-in relationships, living apart separately, living together separately. ये सब सुना है ना आपने? Visiting husband, ठीक है? हाँ? So you see that is a bit peripheral as per the context of question. See, if there is a rise of feminism in the society, then what will happen is that, you know, there will be power balancing between husband and wife. So see, this is what I am saying. There should be symmetricity between husband and wife. Symmetric relation will exist between husband and wife. And when the moment, see, initially or in the earlier sense, the role and function of woman was within the boundaries of the home. That is, within the domesticity affair, their world rises. Now, ab domestic to nahi rahenge na. So everything will change. So, and apart from the institutions, that institutions like crèches, ठीक है, crèches भी और जो आपका adoptions हैं, ठीक है, in fact the very definition of marriage itself is changing. तो sources क्या हैं and why this question was asked? One relation is uniform civil code, because in the earlier other Sharia laws and the other marriages, there is a conventional sense of the marriage which is still prevailing. Apart from that, if you will see, the divorce rate in various states is increasing. In Kerala, it is 300%. In Gujarat, it is 170%. Decadal growth rate in divorce. The average age of marriage is increasing. All these facts you know. You don't have to give the data. Largely, you have to comment upon some pattern, which you already know by reading the newspaper. But for conventional part, maybe it is written in polity, in, you know, very passing way. So you have to consult some book or some notes of the society. Earlier, there was no question from marriage, but maybe, you know, changes in the family tradition was asked. But this year, it is a bit novelty in the case of sociology. And more importantly, if you analyze the pattern of the society from past 2 or 3 years, then you will realize that the previous question, generic question of sociology, paper 2 is being asked in paper 1. So it is always better to approach generic question of sociology for preparing society. Generic question, see, questions of the sociology will be written in a different way, altogether different way. But largely the syllabus of sociology is same. You know, we read it in the everyday newspaper. तो कोई भी क्वेश्चन उसको तो अटेम्प्ट कर ही सकता है. कीवर्ड नहीं लिखना ना, जार्गनाइज नहीं करना. जार्गनाइज तो हम जीएस के पेपर को वैसे भी नहीं करते, है ना? Okay, now moving to the next question. which is why suicide among young women is increasing in India. You see, can we categorize this question as a question from empowerment? है ना? कहाँ लग रहा है empowerment ये तो suicide की बातें कर रही है. तो suicide मतलब somehow they are not completely integrated in the society and that's why they are committing suicide. यहाँ पे you have to give some data, particularly during and after the COVID wave. The rate of suicide increased in India out of tabooed nature, but at the same time the situations were changing in a very fast and rapid way. So you see, there will always be a problem when there will be change in the social structure. We are talking about our rights, we are talking about our powers, we are talking about empowerment. But suppose if we realize empowerment and power, yet the entrenched section of the society, means the section of the society with whom power was residing, is not ready to share that power, conflict will arise. समझे? या फिर कुछ ज़्यादा जर्गनाइज कर दिया मैंने? ठीक है ना? See, honor killing is what? Honor killing is exertion of choices by the women. यही है honor killing. पहला part तो यहाँ पे आता है that we will go for the effective individualism, means that people whom I like, I will get into relationship with. So this is breaking the. देखिए ग्लास सीलिंग अलग है, मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, थोड़ा सा बस लार्जली डील करता हूँ. देखिए ऑनर किलिंग क्या है? ऑनर किलिंग ये है कि अपनी चॉइसेस हमको एग्जर्ट करने हैं. देयर वी विल बी एक्सर्टिंग आवर चॉइसेस, वी विल गो बाय व्हाट आई लाइक, यू डोंट हैव टू टेल मी व्हाट आई लाइक. Okay, so but this is violating the rights of the people, particularly male or particularly patriarchs, है ना? तो वो अपने पावर को प्रिजर्व करने की कोशिश तो करेंगे ही करेंगे, और उसी in pursuit of that preservation by some violent activities आप किसी को मार देते हो ताकि कल की डेट में लोग ये करने से डरें, है कि नहीं? जैसे आपने देखा होगा ना पुरानी पिक्चरों में, वो कोई राजनीति में नया बंदा और पॉलिटिक्स में कोई नया बंदा आना चाहता था तो उसको लोग मार दिया करते थे. बिहार में बहुत सारे लोग मरे. एंड इनफैक्ट दिस हैज बीन अ ट्रेंड इन द मूवीज ऑफ लेट दैट समबडी हु वांट्स टू एंटर इनटू द पॉलिटिक्स इज बीइंग किल्ड बाय द पीपल हु आर ऑलरेडी इन द पावर. ये बहुत ही कॉमन सा पार्ट है. सी व्हाट बाय डूइंग दिस यू आर क्लोजिंग द डोर्स, है ना? तो ये वाला पार्ट है. तो एक पार्ट तो आपका ये है कि सुसाइड क्यों हो रहा है, कि एम्पावरमेंट भी हो रहा है. यही आपका इंट्रोडक्शन रहेगा. Okay, yes, we can always break the into many things that हाँ बहुत सारे पार्ट है ना. बट समझने वाली बात क्या है? समझने वाली बात यहाँ पे है कि ये क्वेश्चन is trying to see the things in an analytical way. There is no direct content in any book you name. भाई sources क्या है? As I tell you that there is only one and one source for the reading the society wala part. It's only newspaper. Just gather the content, conceptual knowledge from any book you like, any notes you like, and keep reading the newspaper. Even the trash newspaper. That is the biggest source of the society question. Thinking is a must. But you have to read some of the trash newspaper. Times of India. Times of India is one of the trash newspaper. See, particularly the paid articles are really good. But a significant number of questions, particularly from society, which I have been observing from last 3 years, is coming from Times of India. Because that paper, see, what is the ideology of that paper? That anything public does, just publish it. ठीक है, दैट इज द आइडियोलॉजी ऑफ द न्यूज़पेपर. इट विल नेवर सपोर्ट इन गवर्नमेंट, इट विल नेवर अपोज द गवर्नमेंट, इट जस्ट कीप्स गोज विद द फ्लो. Okay, it is one of the way to preserve the power. Just go with the flow. ठीक है, don't be, don't try to change the status quo. But yes, having said that, I also must say that some of the articles in the Times of India are really good, and particularly when they comment on the society, particularly when they observe the society. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया का particularly पेड आर्टिकल भी देखिएगा, या फिर कोचिंग इन हमेशा तो बैठे ही हैं इस काम को करने के लिए, क्यों करने की जरूरत है आपको. ठीक है, नाउ मूविंग टू थर्ड क्वेश्चन, चाइल्ड कडलिंग. वी हैव रिटन इट कि हमारे टेस्ट सीरीज से आया था. किससे? हाँ बिल्कुल, ORF इज ऑल्सो गुड न्यूज पेपर. ये देखो, ये है ना, इधर मैंने लिखा है अपने मार्केटिंग के लिए कि हाँ हमने पूछा ये सारा क्वेश्चन, ध्यान मत देना इस पे, दे भी देना, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. ठीक है, तो चाइल्ड कैडलिंग इज नाउ बीइंग रिप्लेस्ड बाय मोबाइल फोन्स. बहुत कॉमन था क्वेश्चन, ये था, प्रेडिक्टेबल था कि आना ही आना है, AI आएगा, ये आएगा, कुछ ना कुछ आना ही आना है. ठीक है, बट यू सी दैट प्रोबेबली जब हम ज्यादा प्रेडिक्ट करने लगते हैं ना, ये क्वेश्चन आना ही आना है, तो हमारे पास लिखने का कंटेंट कम होता है. ये वन ऑफ द एग्जाम्पल है उस क्वेश्चन का. तो व्हेन यू विल सी एनालाइज दिस क्वेश्चन and the pattern particularly, and every year there will be a pattern something like that, where how technology is changing the society. Last year it was work from home, है ना, इस साल ये है. तो आपको एक जनरलाइज पैटर्न पे नहीं लिखना, आपको लिखना है कि डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ हिज पर्सनैलिटी, लाइक आइडेंटिटी, कॉन्शियसनेस, इन सब चीजों के साथ कैसे प्ले हो रहा है. सोशलाइजेशन, ना, see there is a very famous thinker called Paulo Freire. मुझे पता नहीं आप लोगों का शायद नाम सुना है कि नहीं सुना है, but he was a thinker of academic, basically education. He was a thinker of education. So he says that man is an animal in the world and with the world. And with the world. क्या समझे कि man is an animal in the world and with the world. तो जो हमारी कॉन्शियसनेस सेफ होती है ना, वो विद द वर्ल्ड वाले के साथ सेफ होती है. अब आप मोबाइल पे लगे रहोगे तो कहाँ पे कॉन्शियसनेस सेफ होगा. ठीक है, तो आप आइडेंटिटी देख रहे हो, सोशलाइजेशन देख रहे हो, मल्टीपल चीजें देख रहे हो. पिछली बार भी वर्क फ्रॉम वाला क्वेश्चन में कंटेंट नहीं है आपको रेडिली लिखना, लेकिन डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ फैमिली सिस्टम पे क्या इंपैक्ट पड़ रहा है. ठीक है, तो वो जो जनरलिटी कि हाँ बच्चे खेलने नहीं जाते, ये नहीं लिखना आपने, अंदर में क्या है उसको समझने की जरूरत है. Okay. You can always give the example. And it is really good that you should give the example. But you also have to identify the pattern, which is like counter cognitive development. है ना? Bro, third generation kid, third culture kid. अब कल्चरली तो आप सीखते किससे हो, कल्चर से ही सीखते हो. आपके पास सीखने को कोई कल्चर ही नहीं रहा. अब पबजी खेल रहे हो, देख रहे हो यूएसए कल्चर, चिकन डिनर, कहाँ सीखोगे कुछ. कि एक कल्चर किसके साथ आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो, कोई कल्चर नहीं है. Social, that's why I told you that you have to write about the socialization also, na? Now, does urbanization lead to more segregation and marginalization of the poor in metropolis? इंपॉर्टेंट क्या समझना, यहाँ पे मेट्रोपोलिस था. ठीक है, इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है समझना, शायद आप लोगों ने सुना होगा घेटोइजेशन, है ना. बहुत सारे रैप भी बनते रहते हैं, गली बॉय, वो भी एक टाइप का घेटोइजेशन सोसाइटी है. रोमांटिसाइजेशन ऑफ द घेटोइजेशन सोसाइटी, गली बॉय, है ना, थोड़ा सा वो वाला पार्ट. ठीक है, खैर. तो लास्ट ईयर आप क्वेश्चन देखो, कैसा क्वेश्चन था कि what is the impact of IT in the IT sector वाला ही क्वेश्चन था ना. What is the impact of IT service sector revolution in second and third class cities or B and type C cities, है ना. तो अब सेग्रीगेशन की एजेंट क्या है यहाँ पे. ठीक है, इसमें आप माइग्रेशन भी लेके आओगे. अगेन दिस इज एन एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन. आप थोड़ा सा डिटेल में पढ़ोगे देन दिस ट्रेंड हैज बीन प्रिवेलिंग अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड वेयर माइग्रेशन इज कंसीडर्ड एज गुड बट देयर इज अ पॉलिटिकल ओपिनियन अगेंस्ट द माइग्रेंट्स, तो उसके बाद वो गेटोइज्ड हो जाते हैं, है ना। अब पर्टिकुलरली मेट्रोपोलिस में है ये, और क्यों है, एक थोड़ा डिस्टोपियन फ्यूचर है, ठीक है। ग्लोबल सिटीज, तभी हम बोलते हैं कि मेट्रोपोलिस को ग्लोबल सिटीज बनाओ। बॉम्बे मेट्रोपोलिस है बट ग्लोबल सिटी भी है, बट यू नो बीच में ये स्लम्स जो इतने हैं, अनप्लान्ड अर्बनाइजेशन जो है, ये सारे उसके साइड इफेक्ट है। तो पिछले 2-3 साल से लगातार अनप्लान्ड अर्बनाइजेशन पे तो आ ही रहा है ना क्वेश्चंस, ठीक है। निक, which one? See, both, you have to address both the part. Segregation and marginalization. If you will try to segregate someone, he will automatically be marginalized. How many of you know the concept of biopolitics? हाँ, पॉलिटिकल साइंस से कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे? पॉलिटिकल साइंस से नहीं है कोई? अच्छा, फूको बात करते हैं बायोपॉलिटिक्स की, फूको एंड डेरिडा बोथ बात करते हैं कि when you try to segregate someone based on the idea of ethnicity, based on the idea of racial grouping, based on the idea of religion, then you are developing a trend of segregation as well as marginalization, because first you will make them second class citizens and powers will be taken. Initially Jews were segregated and then they were marginalized in the society, ultimately leading to Holocaust, है ना। चलिए, क्वेश्चन नंबर 19. What is caste politics? Do you think caste identity is defined by the caste politics? बहुत फेवरेट क्वेश्चन है, हर बार आता है किसी न किसी फॉर्म में। इसमें नया क्या है, ठीक है, फ्लूइड। ओके सॉरी, ये क्वेश्चन नहीं था, ये तो हमने पूछा था। Why is caste identity in India both fluid and static? वर्ड प्ले है और तो कुछ नहीं है इसमें, कि is caste changing, यही है ना क्वेश्चन। Is caste changing to class and class changing to caste? हाँ, see, one of the ways to say it, but you know, this is what you have to identify. Initially, in 2019, there was a question based on the relative deprivation. Okay, last year there was a question from the tribe. So caste was not that much present in that paper. Okay, so the idea is fluidity is what? That it is changing. So हर साल ये ना किसी न किसी आइडिया में आते ही हैं, तो कास्ट तो फिक्स क्वेश्चन है आपका, बट वही है कि भाई कास्ट एज एन, अच्छा उससे पिछले से 2020 में आया था एसोसिएशनल ग्रुप, कास्ट एज एन एसोसिएशन ग्रुप, नहीं याद आ रहा है किसी को? शो एज द कास्ट एज एन एसोसिएशन ग्रुप, कि कास्ट हैज रिड्यूस्ड इट्स सिग्निफिकेंस एंड इट इज मोर बीइंग यूज्ड इन अ वे टू एसोसिएट विथ ईच अदर, ठीक है। तो जैसे मुस्लिम यादव कॉम्बिनेशन हो गया, अजगर हो गया, इस टाइप के जो कॉम्बिनेशन होते हैं ना, मुस्लिम यादव बेसिकली इट इज रिलीजियस ग्रुप, मुस्लिम यादव कॉम्बिनेशन, माई कॉम्बिनेशन, ओके। अजगर है, अहिर, जाट, हरिजन एंड राजपूत, ओके। फिगरेटिवली दे आर अपोजिट इन ईच अदर, बट साथ में आके काम कर रहे होते हैं, ओके। नाउ discuss the impact of post-liberal economy on ethnic identity and communalism. जो जानते हो ना सब आएगा इसमें, जितनी चीजें सोसाइटी में पड़ी है पहले भी, मतलब लार्जली जो पार्ट है कि there is a convergence of economy and society question, और वो आपको फिगरेटिवली हर चीज में आइडिया मिल जाएगा। तो थोड़ा सा इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी होता जा रहा है। पहले वाला भी क्वेश्चन आपने देखा पॉलिटिकल साइंस वाला ही पार्ट था, ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक्स का ही पार्ट था। तो सोसाइटी एज इन इटसेल्फ कि आप एक सोर्स से पढ़ लोगे और क्वेश्चन आंसर कर दोगे, दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल नाउ, है ना। नाउ यू हैव टू रीड द न्यूज़पेपर, एनी एंड एवरी न्यूज़पेपर, और पर्टिकुलरली द कोचिंग मटेरियल, कुछ भी हो सकता है। ठीक है, तो थोड़ा एनालिटिकल बेस्ड है। तो हमने ये सीखा भी इस वाले साल के पेपर से कि ये सारी चीज़ें तो हैं, अर्बनाइजेशन एंड चैलेंजेस कॉमन थीम है, ग्लोबलाइजेशन कॉमन थीम है, कास्ट एंड डायनामिक्स, हर सिलेबस के किसी न किसी पार्ट को वो टच करते ही करते हैं। ओके, ये इनका एक इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड है, ये हर बार आ रहा है, द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एंड फैमिली एंड चिल्ड्रन, ठीक है, एंड द राइज ऑफ गिग इकोनॉमी। ये किसी न किसी ट्रेंड में ये हर बार आ रहा है, और इस बार पहली बार इन्होंने मेंटल हेल्थ से पूछा है कोई क्वेश्चन फिगरेटिवली। तो whatever is changing in the society and whatever is talked about in the society, okay, so everything is being asked. ये क्वेश्चन itself नया था, द चेंजिंग नेचर ऑफ मैरिज, फैमिली पे पहले भी आया था, ड्यूअल नेचर ऑफ कास्ट फिक्स्ड क्वेश्चन है इनका, द रोल ऑफ कस्टम एंड ट्रेडिशन एंड ट्रेडिशन इन पोटेंशियली सप्रेसिंग द आइडेंटिटी, इंडिविजुअल आइडेंटिटी। So these are the fixed part of the questions which will be asked. So my suggestion to you is read the newspaper along with gathering the conventional knowledge. किसी भी सोर्स से कर लो ना, वो जो आपका आप लोग पढ़ चुके हो, कोई भी सोर्स हो सकता है, आपने जहाँ से कोचिंग की होगी वहाँ के नोट्स होंगे, वहाँ के क्लास नोट्स होंगे, ठीक है, जो मार्केट में पॉपुलर है वो नोट्स होंगे, राम आहूजा कितने लोग पढ़ते हैं, ठीक है, तो वो तो कहीं से भी कर लोगे। बट यू सी अल्टीमेटली द लास्ट वर्ड एंड द फाइनल वर्ड इज रीड न्यूज़पेपर, वही है इसका एक सोल्यूशन, ठीक है। ओके, थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, everyone. Right. So, paper second? No. This, you may be familiar with these 4 sections, and largely, if you take trends, so they give more focus to this. Almost 50 to 60% of the questions will come from this section. Then let's say around 20%, this, that is how also around 20%, this 50 to 60%, yes, 15 to 20. This remains fixed. At times they will do gap in this. So largely they follow this, like if you see this year pattern. So clubbing question, this, so although there is a bit, let's say this 140 marks. This year if you find the conventional section, polity section, traditional, it goes like this, and you may have seen this. So largely you will find that they follow 100, around 100 plus, but somehow they are giving more emphasis towards this. And if you take welfare, social justice, this our way of categorization. That's why I was saying that at times they can do like this. Although it is not 20, it is 10 mark only, right? This year they have asked related to e-governance, only one question. And governance part, only 10 mark question they have asked. Otherwise they have not asked related to governance. Largely they have asked related to social justice, welfare, and then let's say that this polity side. IR largely remains fixed, 50 mark questions. So it means you have to give more focus to this traditional section, but it is not also traditional in nature, because they have added since 2013, you know that. Since 2013, they have added, we can say, polity plus. So polity plus, let's say what used to be before 2013, after 2013, they have added, let's say, comparative constitution. So every year at least a question they have been asking related to comparative constitution. Although this year question was a simple one, comparison between Indian parliamentary and UK parliamentary aspect. So it was a simple, let's say simple question we can consider this. Then if you take governance etc., it depends on their trend. Although they continue on this or they continue on this, this year they have more, let's say, share to this. They have less share on this. I can just only say that 10 mark question related to e-governance. This year you find that, so the topics which they used to give less preference, we generally also do not teach, or we were not also teaching much related to HRD, human resource development. This year they have asked 2 questions related to human resource development. Yes. So, which generally, since they were not asking question in past, so this topic was not given much preference. But this year one 10 mark question they have asked and one 15 mark question they have asked. So it is UPSC, you know that they try to ask questions from those areas which generally we consider new. The areas, let's say that which we consider that they have not asked so far. So that can be one human resource development related topic which they have asked. Now we cannot see it in segregation. The different, let's say, even if polity, constitution, governance, social justice, they ask questions, but we cannot see in segregation, or we cannot have a compartmentalized approach in our preparation. Right. Why we cannot have? So it is like this, let's say, if you talk nature of questions. So one nature of question is, let's say, it is basic. Basic plus it will be specific. This basic plus is specific. Like they have asked that who are eligible for free legal aid. Right. Now you have to, it is a basic question also, but very specific question also. Yes? Pre-type question. Right. And first time, it is not the first time they have asked. Right. In past also they have asked related to this National Commission for Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe. This, if you read past year questions also, so they have developed a trend that ask a question or one or few questions which can be very basic type plus is specific. Right. So certainly our focus may not have gone that we take it as general that poor people can, right, poor people need free legal aid. Right. But we do not see who are exactly, let's say, that categorized. So this way you can consider either prelim type, you can say that, or very basic type question they ask. This. Then let's say we can take that basic, specific, which can be, let's say, conventional also. Conventional means traditional it can be. This traditional question. Let's say first A means first question. Question first on judiciary related. It is a conventional question. This, so that can be. Next question is, let's say, applied question. This, another, let's say that, applied question. Applied is that even the first question itself is applied one. It is not asking only judicial independence, right? But in democracy, let's say, context, you know what are the provisions of the Constitution which give judicial independence. But then it says that right, it is, let's say, independence is guaranteed in Constitution and which is important for democracy. It demands some applied experience. Right. Or most of the questions this year we say, which we have categorized, most of the questions this year will come in applied nature. This, which we say generally as contemporary. In our, let's say, analysis. Separately, let's say that, yes, the contemporary type question they ask, this we can consider applied, contemporary kind of thing. Next question can be considered as holistic, let's say that. It demands, let's say, holistic understanding. Right. Like say first question itself, it demands understanding of the Constitution. This you can consider. The question can be applied in nature. Question can be generic, let's say, generally generic questions. Generic question or abstract question. The abstract question is a more holistic question. This. So in a way, let's say we can categorize, let's say, basic, specific, conventional, applied or contemporary in nature. Holistic, we can say that. This way, although I was not trying to categorize as per the, let's say, conventional, contemporary and current, but if you see the nature of questions, so what we will say is that the subject demands in a way your holistic understanding. This means whatever the topic we are reading, we should be able to know basics also, specifics also, facts also, right, case laws also. Nowadays a trend has come since last year, they are using the term in the question case laws. The last year first question was related to case law. This year gender justice question or women, let's say, justice question, they say that you write case laws. So somehow it is also becoming a kind of, let's say, that trend, nature of question if you take. Now let's see this one more category we will talk here, holistic. Let's say that question can be, let's say, interlinking or interlinked. This. So another nature of question will be that it is interlinked. Right. That's why they are interlinked. The purpose of telling that nature of question was to tell you this. Even if, let's say, they are different segments, but a question of this can be linked to this. A question of this can be linked to this. A question of this can be linked to this. How you will see this? So this year they have asked, let's say, gender justice question, and they are linking with Constitution. Right. They are linking with Constitution. If you see the question, right, question, you have question? Question paper. I guess this. Explain the constitutional perspectives of gender justice, right, with the help of relevant constitutional provisions and case laws. This. So, basically it is related to constitutional provision, let's say, this constitutional perspective, right. So, you have to think about what are those constitutional provisions related to gender justice. And then you have to also relate with the judgments of the, let's say, court. What are those judgments related to gender justice? And gender justice is more related to social justice. Right. It is social justice linking with constitution. Right. But that cannot be the, let's say, that important aspect. The most difficult question of this we keep the 14th question. Most difficult we consider 14th question. You know what is this question? See, they are saying civil society groups. Right. Even we, let's say, teach optional also, right? Quite in depth, right? Civil society, etc. But can we teach how civil societies have applied efforts to increase women participation, right? Not in parliament, right? State legislatures, right? This. So it is a question coming from social justice, civil society side. If you take civil society in social justice topic, and then linking with conventional polity, right? And it is not first time they have done it. In past also, if you see the question, and I will say that still I do not have content, sorry to say that, right? Frankly admitting, although when by the time we'll take discussions, we'll try to find out some facts, right? But do you know any civil society which effort has increased, right, level of participation of women in state legislatures? Right. Yes, you can at best write जो याद आएगा ADR, right? ADR एक या जो ज़्यादातर it is known for filing cases in Supreme Court, right? So that's what, let's say, that you can consider. So it's linking. So question. Why I just wrote the traditional thing. So it's not about segregation. We cannot see the questions in segregated part. This I have to take. This I have to take separately. This I have to take separately. No. Rather, the way even in history he was saying, Anish was saying. Rather, I will tell. Although it is not my section, Purvaya question. And cultural aspect they are linking, geography as well as culture. And that's also local culture. Those people from southern states, right, they would find difficult to link Purvaya and how it has the local significance. No, regionalism in question paper. Anyhow, so that is what we can consider. So this... we don't have to see. So even if the trend this year can be that they are giving more emphasis on this side, right? That does not mean that this, let's say, that social justice or governance side is less important. This, rather they can have, I still remember one question related to civil society, that the rise of role of civil society has affected the legitimacy of state in the age of governance. That was question. Rise of role of civil society has affected the legitimacy of a state in the age of governance. Means they had added the governance term also, legitimacy of a state also, and civil society organization. It is GS paper second question, right? This. So it demands again your traditional knowledge about sovereign state, right? A legitimate state. Then it needs means ki to have knowledge about civil society and in the era of governance, right? So basically this is how the link that they establish. So what the trend we find, especially since 2013, let's say, not today, that they are trying to link polity, governance and social justice. Many a time we are trying to see polity and governance from social justice and governance perspective. This is the change, let's say that in nature of the pattern we can consider. So this, then if you talk about this year paper, so we consider generally a moderate level, isn't it? Not that much challenging. Our analysis says difficulty, another nature if you say, it is moderate. Moderate means doable, but moderate when you have applied knowledge. All questions demand applied knowledge, except वो national free legal aid वाला question, let's say that. It may not demand that much, let's say, free legal aid. It may demand some facts. But that is how I'll say that, ki applied knowledge. Why, let's say that? Before telling the moderate, let me tell that. If we see on the pattern of, let's say, conventional question, conventional, contemporary, right, and current. Current, I mean current development. This. So, this conventional question, contemporary question, if you see, this, it is very less if in comparison to this. This year, if you take, it is given here. I made in advance. Already some people have. I wrote in advance, let's say this. This is what you will find this. So we have categorized 165 mark questions as contemporary. So conventional only you will have 45 mark questions. Conventional, which let's say that you don't need much, let's say applied knowledge. This, so that's very less. And you can club, let's say this almost around 40 marks, let's say current development. Right. Current development, although we can take separately, but that is how you'll find this. See, current development, so most of the questions are from contemporary nature. Contemporary nature means they demand applied knowledge. As we told about civil society role, any question you take, they will demand applied knowledge. This. So from that perspective you can see, so contemporary, let's say conventional, this, although it is not the thing that the trend will continue, these things keep changing marginally here and there. But largely if you see the nature of the paper, if you take, let me tell the last year analysis also we have in this, which we did. So contemporary was, let's say that 42%. Let's say share, if you find, means 100, let's say that 5 marks contemporary questions. But this year it is 72%. Yes, it is 72% we have. And this we say, if I remember, I guess it is 8%, and then it is, or that total it will be, I guess, 20%. This. So it means ki paper, the level of preparation, your strategy to prepare paper second. should not be current, right? And should not be purely conventional. It's middle in that, right? Contemporary nature. Contemporary nature is that ki, let's say that ki question they have asked this year a question. So they are not asking president's rule influenced by any current development. What they are saying that ki basically after S.R. Bommai judgment, means after 90s, the S.R. Bommai you know S.R. Bommai judgment 1994. So what they are asking is that ki after that, means after 90s, there is a decline in president's rule. Right? It is not a question per se on president rule. Rather, now whether people have this idea, a specific aspect, why 90s, when we have studied S.R. Bommai case, you can just relate it. If a person lacks S.R. Bommai case judgment knowledge, so then person may not understand this, how to relate it. So it is applied aspect, women justice question we told applied aspect, civil society legislature applied aspect. Another speaker related question they have asked related to state legislature, 2 questions related to state legislature, 2 questions related to human resource development, and both are applied in nature question. Because even human resource development wala question is not on purely Skill India. Ki chalo, you can write a Skill India program and you can write some characteristics of Skill India. It is saying that ki Skill India programs, there is no one program. Government has taken a set of Skill India initiative type of, in fact it has constituted a ministry, you can say that, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Right, and basically Skill India completed its term 2022, means it was to be implemented by 2022. This we can consider. So the question which they are asking means what the nature we can see gradually, it is becoming more applied in nature, more contemporary in nature, not current. Many things have current developments, especially ordinance in Delhi, let's say public service bill in Delhi, many other developments they used to ask, but this year the only one question that we can somehow relate with current, purely let's say 1 year, is NATO question. Right? Otherwise all questions have a bit past background. Right? This is what we can consider about when I was trying to say here. This conventional, so I just wrote I guess 8%, 72% and 20%. This. So from this perspective you can say nature of question, you can say that ki this we have I guess yes, that also we have prepared in this. This is how it is. This we say is moderate. Right. And that is I guess around, if I see, 66%. And this is around 18%. And this is around 16%. This, if you go by this, at 10%. Is it not like that? Anyhow, right. Do not go into that calculation. Right. So, largely we can consider it is not in that way. Let it that way. So largely we can consider as moderate if you see past year papers. Past year papers in the sense that we will say so far since 2013, the most difficult paper we'll say of 2019. Sorry. 2019 paper. You can read 2019 paper, only 2019 you will find that. It will be still considered most difficult paper. Because questions were very big questions, highly applied, and that was the time they asked some of the new terms also, collaborative governance, development discourse, right. It is not first time that they are trying to bring that way, let's say, if you see the paper. Rather, they have been doing in all papers some innovations. We cannot say that only in paper second they are doing innovations. They keep making paper, let's say, a bit dynamic, a bit new, that the paper should have a bit freshness, right. You focus on polity, but they ask state legislatures, right. And generally we know less about state legislatures because you try to more about union legislature. Yes. And this will, let's say, continue, let's say. This year, they have not asked any question related to program, scheme, policies, and bills. This you can say that. Any specific program, policy, bills, they have not asked, right. So that questions, let's say, that way you will find that they have not gone into. So this way we can say that although the nature of paper we can say in terms of moderate, although yes, it demands applied knowledge. This applied knowledge means that is what I was trying to say here, that it demands, let's say, a knowledge which can address all different categories of questions, right. This, and that's why let's say that when you prepare, let's say that these different sections, so you can follow, if we have to refer in case of, let's say, polity, so you can read our class handwritten notes, right? Because generally we have shared to our, let's say, own students, Tucker group, and class handwritten note, so it is very systematic, that can be followed, right? As far as books references are concerned, so nowadays, let's say we refer for this also, let's say D.D. Basu. D.D. Basu, let's say, you read Lakshmikant, but we refer D.D. Basu because it is important in the sense that the way prelims questions are also being asked and the way mains questions are being asked, it demands some applied or better knowledge. Right. Although they have not asked this year from pure polity section such a question which can demand your that level of knowledge, right. But still, let's say we have started referring for this D.D. Basu, that is how you can see this. Plus, let's say that if you take governance, civil services, so we don't have any, let's say that book on that, although I guess Lakshmikant, governance, let's say governance book, as far as a book is concerned, the Lakshmikant book is there, that is how you can read. But there is no any book which can address the challenges of questions. You can have some knowledge, on the basis of that knowledge you will have to answer. Right. So again we'll say that handwritten notes can be, but Lakshmikant, let's say that there is a book called on governance, that can be taken. Same thing for social justice, we can say that we don't have any separate source on that, but let's say here you can use government, let's say, schemes and programs. So for that, from different websites, that can be. Niti Aayog report may help, or various types of, let's say, reports. So Niti Aayog can help. Plus other such papers, let's say. Basically research papers, publications, etc. that which come, even newspaper, a bit of Yojana can also help this in this aspect. Iyer he will tell you, Raghu will tell about what to follow. Right. We can use it. Right. Yes. Right. Some of the political science books are, let's say, very good. Right. We have also read in past. Right. So to get applied knowledge, polity books does not give means polity books will not give you that applied knowledge. Like say, suppose you want to read Working of Parliament. Working of Parliament myself I have read from political science. Right. So how Parliament has worked since independence, polity book will not give this. Plus, anyhow, let's say that other sources that you can use, let me tell, it is difficult to tell all those things, but in this, other sources which can help you is called PRS. In some, let's say, cases, PRS, it has good articles. Then there is a Supreme Court platform, SCO platform, right? So, time to time when judgments come, the judgment summary, let's say that PDF files are uploaded, and it is a very good source related to legal aspect if you talk. Then let's say similarly live law, bar and bench, so they can also help on legalistic aspect. Since gradually let's say case law, that kind of things have increased, even now in prelims also let's say it can help. So this you can consider. Right. Plus in some cases ORF we generally follow. ORF, let's say, related to basically if you read federal polity, for local government. So ORF reports are also good reports, you know that. Even on internal security also it has some good reports. Basically ORF is a very new research institution. It publishes, if ORF has any PDF file, research paper on any topic, your topic can be prepared by that. Because they deal the topic very holistically. So these are some of the papers. Similarly, let's say here, let's say if you get, in case of governance also, so let's see all the reforms steps taken by the government. Reforms step taken by government. So they will have their file, let's say mission karmi hogi. The mission karmi hogi ka alag se PDF file hai, you can read it. This mission karmi hogi. Similarly, RTI related, citizen charter related, you will have some files, you can read it. This e-governance related, there can be a file, you can read it. If you at all you want a sectoral approach to prepare, a sectoral approach for topic wise if you talk. So this way. Similarly, I will tell that for social audit, a social justice section, for each topic there can be a separate source. Let's say for pressure group, there can be a separate file, you can read it. It will give you holistic content. Similarly, let's say I will talk basically non-profit institution. The non-profit institutions, for that there is a social capital report of ARC second. This ARC second has a social capital report, unlocking social capital. It talks, let's say it gives very good content related to non-profit institution. Last year they asked question related to non-profit institution. You have a topic called development, industry and non-profit institution role. So books may not work, let's say that, the way you have applied question, so books may not help, like this question. Let's take e-governance as a critical tool of governance has ushered in effectiveness, transparency and accountability in governments. What inadequacies hamper the enhancement of these features? This. You know what they have done? Right. entire governance topic they have subsumed in one question. Right. It seems it is e-governance question. Right. But what they have, that's effectiveness, तो चलो समझ में आता है. Transparency and accountability are also the topics. Right. And they are not asking an e-governance further. What they are saying ki this inadequacies. What inadequacies hamper enhancement of these features? Now, whether inadequacies are only related to e-governance or inadequacies are also related to other factors affecting them, even if we have e-governance? No. Even if we have e-governance and it has improved effectiveness, transparency, accountability, but still they are not being to that desirable level because of inadequacies. What are those inadequacies? So those inadequacies are whether only e-governance or other factors also. Right. So it becomes a complex question. Right. And at that time when you read the question and start writing answer, right, तो वैसे भी लोगों के पास बहुत ही डिस्पर्स टाइप का सरफेस लेवल का नॉलेज होता है इन सारे सब्जेक्ट्स के लिए. They just e-governance means for them some of the things. Yes, basically first you will write e-governance, then you will write ki how they promote that, then you come on inadequacies. Inadequacies you will divide into two parts, one related to e-governance itself and the other components which are hampering them. It can be related to accountability institutions, the accountability institutions that we have, this like say ki Lokpal, like say ki CVC, like say CBI, those institutions. Inadequacy can be, let's say, Parliament itself not functioning effectively, because all these things will ultimately go to Parliament. Right. This, let's say, CAG audit report, and CAG audit report is not, action is not taken on that. Right. The accountability is getting affected. Or there is social audit, but action is lacking. So basically you have to cover other some areas. Certainly in that examination hall, as of now when we are telling answer, so we can be more planned. But in examination hall, merely referring other factors will be outstanding. Right. वो माइंड में तो आए, right, कि और other factors क्या हो सकता है, इसलिए कि largely बच्चे क्या करेंगे, they will write e-governance, उसका सारा positive, उसके बाद सारा negative, right, और way forward, यही तो आंसर लिखते हैं, right. Right. Independent answers become independent of question. आप कोई भी क्वेश्चन फ्रेम करो, हमारा आंसर सेम रहेगा. मतलब प्रेशर लेना ही नहीं है, टेंशन लेना ही नहीं है. आपको जो क्वेश्चन करना फ्रेम करना है करो, हम तो आंसर सेम ही लिखेंगे. Yes. That is how the challenge, right? So the question is that we have to, let's say that basically let's say कि in examination hall merely coming this in mind will be considered good. As of now we have time to think, ponder, then write this. That is how we can say. Let's say that now it demands again, let's say integration. Right. Any such notes or book is helping you to know only e-governance, no transparency separately, no accountability separately. But what we have to develop is that on the basis of the three, we have to also develop our understanding. So holistic understanding of the topics are also important. In fact, an insight is also important, right, related to those topics. So that is what we were trying to say here. So there can be separate. This is again not a class to tell everything, isn't it? Right. But you should know that there are different sources also. Apart from books that we read, apart from newspaper that we read, there are also some good reports. Right. Those reports can work as very good, let's say, source for your preparation. Like say ki PRS, whatever the PRS has article, whatever the articles it will have, they are very good articles. Right. And then they can become basis for your preparation. Right. So what we will tell about polity section is, let's say moderately, let's say that difficult question, but questions are challenging because of applied nature. Even if questions are a bit, we can consider that simple in terms of structuring, not complex, but still we can consider they demand your applied understanding. This. And that way we can just, let's say, we like to, let's conclude on this, but let me just read once the paper one by one. We do not want to go on matching part. This, that, it depends on all, but anyhow, independence, you'll find that it is post-retirement. Basically, this question is more related to independence. This constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence is a prerequisite of democracy. Right. Now the question is, let's say, why they have used a constitutionally guaranteed independence? Why it is a prerequisite? Basically, there are two aspects of the question. No. One is those independence and how it should be guaranteed. Guaranteed means it should not be tempered. Right. The independence is so important. So why it is important? So do you have something to relate to say why it is important? Isn't it? So that is how it is demanding. You know that in fourth judge case, Justice, let's say Chief Justice Keher, he told independence is non-negotiable. This independence of judiciary is non-negotiable. This, because democracy will not survive if we do not have independent judiciary and independent media. They are the pillars. Yes, separation of powers, that is how we can mention. Just I want to read out, not to answer it, because we have a separate discussion, we will discuss it in details. Then this is how we'll find assess the role of this. In fact, let's say if you want to relate with current aspect, once we had asked, it was in news. Articles were written in 2021 related to National Legal Service Authority. Right. Although let's say free legal aid, etc. You know that they said National Grid Report comes. Have you heard National Grid Report? National Judicial Grid. So a report comes, let's say that, in that they mention all these details. The free legal aid and how much we have given, the efforts taken, etc., etc. Right. This, it is a regular question they have been asking, isn't it? Local bodies, it is some pattern they continue. The local bodies generally they keep asking. You remember that 2021 question was functionality. They had used the term functionality. The problem, main problem is functionality of local bodies, right? Not finances. ऐसा ही question था. They have again used, let's say, somehow functionally as well as financially. Right? The 3F problem you can talk. Then if you take, let's say, compare, contrast, this is how this year's simpler question. And again, let's say they have continued this trend they have continued, asking a question related to comparison. Then this is how the question we were saying that, although it is related to defection wala challenges, defection politics at a state level, role of a speaker. So from that context, you can derive it, the role of a speaker. Although it demands some specific, let's say, certainly knowledge. That is how I was saying human resource development. So they have asked, let's say, two questions, another question also human resource development. And let's see what they are saying. The crucial aspect of development process have been, means in the process of, let's say, development, we have ignored human resource development. Right. Again, it demands understanding what we have ignored human resource development. Now, human resource development, again, I will not try to answer, otherwise, basically it has two categories. One is called education and another is called, let's say that, specific human resource development that can be more related to employment. Right. The employment related human resource development, education. Education is the foundation. One clear thing coming is that vocational education we have ignored, isn't it? One clear thing you can find, this new education policy integrates vocational education with education. So somehow it is set in that aspect. This is how, let's say, they have asked in past related to commission, and this we ask in our optional this question, Competition Commission of India. Those students who wrote optional test, let's say, they already had one practice to write Competition Commission of India. In GS we ask try, and in optional we ask Competition Commission of India. Right. Anyhow, let's say that regulatory bodies, they have been asking a question. This we can say. Regulatory bodies, they have been asking a question. It will be also considered on trend itself. Right. From a known sector, they have asked a question. E-governance also, they have been asking this, we can consider. So again known, let's say, this, it is related to IR, I will skip, let's Raghu talks on that. Now, again they have repeated a question related to Article 21. It is related to the expansion of Article 21. Expansion of Article 21. This question relates to that. Related to, in past also Putta Swami wala part they have asked. Before that also they have asked Menka Gandhi, let's say wala. So again this question will be more considered on the pattern, and students may not find difficulty because from pure polity section, constitution section you can find this question. So they will write those judgments, etc., expanding the horizon of right to life and liberty. So that can be, this is what already we are saying, gender wala and constitutional aspect you would have to write. Legal input, this is what I was trying to say, that this 90s they have mentioned. The 90s was related to SR Bommai case. Because SR Bommai case told that president's rule, if declared found malified, can be declared unconstitutional, and a dismissed government can even be reinstated. Right. Means the court can reinstate even the government. That is how they went and reinstating in Uttarakhand in 2016, Harish Rawat government. Yes, in Maharashtra case also they did not reinstate because the chief minister resigned. Right. Otherwise, that case also they could have done it. Anyhow, let's say, so this is what in this context we can consider. This we just told that the most difficult question of civil society. This is a repeated question on GST. They keep asking when say the cooperative federalism or competitive federalism, GST Council, GST, Niti Aayog. That is how, let's say, that they have asked again this question, and it seems to be a straightforward question. To what extent does it reflect the accommodative spirit of federalism? Right. So it is accommodative because now states are pulling their power together with union, right, and they are working together, sharing power. That is how we say also cumulative federalism, not only, let's say, that cooperative federalism. So people will be able to do that, answer it. Again on trend also, parliamentary committees they keep asking, right. Parliamentary committees they have asked, public account they have asked, estimates committee they have asked, department related. What they have added in this question is, let's say this institutionalization, such heavy words they have started using in polity paper. Right? Generally these types of terms are used in optional, right? But they have started talking, let's say, institutionalization, antithetical, I generally say, what you can say, development discourse, you can say, collaborative governance, बहुत ही heavy word होते हैं, right? So they have institutionalization. What is institutionalization? देखो बच्चे क्या करेंगे, largely the way they write answers, the way we have the experience of seeing their answers. They will write committees, they write positives, they write some problems, they will write way forward. Institutionalization is not written. This institutionalization is demanding a bit more understanding, isn't it? It demands a bit more understanding. No. By the way, what we can talk on institutionalization? What we can say? Any idea? Do we have any idea what we can add in name of institutionalization? Yes, online people? Gradually, there is expansion of parliamentary committees. We have gone into adding more and more committees. This you can say that. If you take 1950s, we had less number of committees. Now we have more number of committees. This, of which the most important development was related to departmental related standing committees created in 1993, restructured in 2004. Recently, most recently, 3 more committees have been added in a standing committee. So gradually in the functioning of parliamentary system, committees have occupied an integral role. That is how we have to add that dimension. Anyhow, we'll answer later on. Let's talk this development and welfare schemes, this nature. Again, it is another, let's say that, discriminatory. Right. So they discriminate against each other, because if you give a benefit to one section, so somehow it amounts to discrimination to another section. This favorable discrimination also, or let's say you create a criteria, that criteria may not itself be fair. Right. The other may feel discriminated. So like say till recent time we gave positive discrimination to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC. EWS felt discriminated. Right. We have added let's say that EWS. So that demand, although we'll keep it in a bit difficult side, that is how we have told skill development. Now, yes, at times they repeat the questions of optional paper. Someone, I think he was saying, I think Abhijit was saying to do some optional papers also. Yes, they do repeat. Yes, they would repeat history, sociology, public administration optional paper. 2007, a question was asked in public administration, that was asked in ethics paper in 2016. RTI does not only has brought change in the concept of accountability, RTI does not only empower people, but it has also brought change in the concept of accountability. 16 या 17 के ethics paper का question है. वो exactly same question optional का है. This, so they do, let's say that they get that kind of thing. But very interesting, let's say they did skill development, education, skill and employment. This is how. That question we were talking human resource development, and this a bit similarity you will find in them. So that way, anyhow, we'll talk. Then these things are, let's say that. What exactly we get by this? A mixed type of thing you get. Some trends they continue. The most expected area are generally the topics which they have been asking most of the time. They have continued that trend. At the same time, they have tried to ask some questions which they have not asked so far from the topic. Especially I will tell human resource development as a topic. Third aspect is that making a bit applied and challenging for the students. Unless you have a bit applied knowledge understanding, it is difficult to attempt the questions. Or at least let's say that justify your answer in the context of question, but still not so challenging or difficult. They are still doable and people can easily, let's say that with some preparation they can solve the paper. This way we can consider. And then we'll finish here. We'll come to this I will finish my ethics paper also. Then others can, let's say, have discussion. Now, if we take ethics paper, so so good evening, Pilar. Nice to see you after a long time. See, ethics paper is very less challenging. Right? If you prepare well, it is not, in all 4 papers, it is very interesting also, less challenging and mark fetching also. After, I will tell like this, that was 2022. After attempting 2022 papers, right, all other papers in ethics, they will be considered right, moderate, or they can be considered easy papers. Yes. Because 2022 paper, if you see the theory section, if you see the case studies, it was huge. This, from that perspective, if you see, so it is easy paper. This. So, I will show you last year paper. This. If you see this paper, so you can see that in theory section, we counted total number of words in question. Total there are 13 questions. In 13 questions, total number of words 380, which is around, let's say, pattern. If you see theory section, so theory section has been as per, except 2022, past year patterns. Right? And then if you take 2022, so you know that 589 words. And then it was the highest number of words you will find in 2022. Because reading paper will also take time. This. Now let's see this will find that total number of words in case studies. So this you can consider, let's say, it is as per this pattern. Case studies section has remained since 2020. So 2020 they are trying to maintain a different level of the paper. This, it is easy but not that much as it used to be before 2020. And this year, let's say, you will find that total had 2022, they had total 2400 words, let's say, in case studies. If you combine 2400, this is how we have counted. The total number of words in those, let's say, 3400. And total number of, let's say total number of words 3000, total number of words that you have to write in 13 questions is 3400. Right. So, now number of words written in answer equal to number of words in question paper. So if anyone who has seen 2022 paper, for him 2023 paper will be easy paper. But suppose someone has not read 2022 paper, it is good for him. Right. He will think that ki paper is right. This anyhow, from that perspective, if you see this, you can say. Then, if you talk about the way we are talking, right? All questions are almost doable question if you take theory section A. Right? All are doable. All are doable question. उसमें कुछ ऐसा है नहीं कि जो आपको नहीं आता हो. आपको थोड़ा you have to apply your mind and define them. This if you take like say moral integrity, professional efficiency. You know that it is influenced by moonlighting. Moonlighting जो concept चल रहा था private sector में. This first, second is that कि already in past they have asked what do you understand by professional competence, how ethics will improve professional competence. So somehow let's say कि matching with that aspect you can say. This international aid, yes, this is how it happens in every paper. International aid related questions so far they had not asked. First time now they have asked. There is a topic in civil services, values in civil services. There are basically, let's say that 6-7 topics. Let me write, a bit time it will take. We have ethics, pure ethics, let's say. Right. Then we can talk about attitude. Then we can talk aptitude. Then we can talk emotional intelligence, values, governance. Now, this year they have asked dominating this. They have not asked this, not asked this much. They have asked one question from this. They have asked questions from this. They have asked at least 2 questions from this. That you can say. Then moral philosophers. Although don't think that it has remained an important topic, attitude. Section-wise analysis is given if you see. But this year they have not, they have the range of questions you will find this year. So we also, test 7 we kept theoretical, basically that is full and test you will find. Test 7, several questions have come into, including international aid, you will find that. The question is that last year they asked completely applied question. Right. This year they have kept a bit theoretical question. That is how the trend you can understand. It means that next year we may experience a bit applied question. Right. This how we can understand. They will read out the paper then. Before that, let's say philosophies if you see. Now you should know that in ethics paper the instances of repeat of topic or questions will be considered more than other papers. Right. Do you know for last 3 years they are asking Vivekananda? Right. They are asking Vivekananda, let's say that, 21, 22, 23. Right. और बच्चे वही काम करते हैं. Right. आप क्वेश्चन कुछ भी पूछो, आंसर हमारा तो वही रहेगा. Right. इसलिए कि क्वेश्चन का जो स्टेटमेंट है, तो यू विल एक्सप्लेन अ बिट ऑफ स्टेटमेंट, रेस्ट तो विवेकानंदा ही लेके आओगे आप, राइट? एंड विवेकानंदा रिलेटेड पर्सनालिटी हैज नॉट चेंज्ड, राइट? दिस, so this happened, and it is not that they are repeating first time. Kalam they have asked 2 times. Gandhi तो बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है. Whether they ask, they do not ask. Right? Gandhi will dominate in all 4 papers. Always here or there you will have to refer. This, yes, what they have asked 2 new, which was expected. Let's say that 2 new is 1 Nehru. Now we will start teaching Nehru, and let's say Guru Nanak. That we were already teaching. This last year we asked Guru Nanak, not this year. This, so we asked Subhash Chandra Bose also. So one day they will ask Subhash Chandra Bose also. This, the first thing is that they continue again. They continue to trend. This at the same time they add some new things. So Nehru we were not asking, because generally when we will start teaching Nehru in the era of Modi ji, so we will be considered biased. Anyhow, right? Market में anti Nehru sentiment चल रहा है, right? So perhaps now we will start teaching Nehru also, right? Right. Government change, right? We will see it. What happens then? Right. So let's read that question we were saying. It was expected question. Before telling anything, we have our handwritten class notes. Market में सभी लोग वही पढ़ते हैं. Sorry to say that. Right. So if you read that, you are, let's say, through that. So it is, although you can have some other things also. So this way you can, let's say, benefit from this. Then corruption, this is how again a question has been asked. Related to corruption is manifestation. We teach itself that corruption is destruction of ethics. This is how. When ethics is destroyed, corruption is born. This. So it is linked to that aspect, not difficult question. Work, let's say that this is how undue influence, coercion, undue, it is related to work ethics, let's say that. This people will be able to define, because coercion is taught, undue influence is taught when it is. Then this is how the 3 statements they have asked. This way we will find the related to the 3 philosophers, which we were saying that Nehru can be considered new. Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Vivekananda, somewhere they have asked Guru Nanak also. Yes, then this is a theoretical question, right? We have been teaching in emotional intelligence, comparison between intelligent quotient and intelligent emotional quotient. This time they have asked a theoretical question on emotional intelligence, not an applied question. This, which people will be able to answer if they have theoretical understanding. Then moral intuition and moral reasoning. The moral intuition is a guide, guessing, it's act of guessing. Moral reasoning is based on rational aspect. It will be more observable, it will be less observable. This. So again it is a theoretical side. Note it, it is a more theoretical question. It is a more theoretical question, this coercion and this undue influence. Then let's say similarly this is called this in moral integrity, professional, let's say proficiency, professional efficiency. They are more theoretical type, less applied type. So this way we can see the question. Then this is a repeat question they keep asking, and direct question is straightforward question. Right. You should know that it is one of the most asked question. You see in analysis, it will be the most asked questions. Means they keep asking from this. This is a question topic in our analysis. You'll see this. No, somewhere conscience. It is not included here. It is somewhere else. Anyhow, it is somewhere else in analysis. It is not here. Between, let's say, conscience related question. Leave it, because searching will take time. What we are saying is, if you read conscience related, law, rules, regulation, conscience, they have asked 3 times crisis of conscience. Do you know? 3 times. Crisis of conscience related question 3 times. Read this. So it is one expected area you can consider. Probability is essential for this you will consider. So it is expected question, let's say that. They have repeated. Past also they have asked probability question. Again they have asked. Social capital also second time they have asked this. And it is a full length question. We ask in test 7 one short note. Write short note on social capital. This. But they have asked a full length question which was also, let's say, it is not, let's say, unknown question. Means people are familiar if they have read, let's say, at least model answer or even notes if you see class notes. So social capital is also taught because we consider it as an expected question. And this is how the simple question they have asked. आपको जो knowledge है गुरु नानक के बारे में वो लिख दो. What it says? What were the major teachings of Guru Nanak? History में पढ़ा ही है आपने थोड़ा बहुत. And then this relevance in content. आप तो relate कर ही दोगे. जब तक आप मेंस लिखने लायक होते हो, इतना तो आ ही जाता है rules of the game. Right? Too related. Basically, theory section we will not consider. It is very, let's say, ki, I will say that ki students this year may have enjoyed ethics paper after 2022 paper. Right? Because if I show you the replication, means replica of 2022 paper, let me show a bit. Okay. It will be difficult since it is topic wise analysis given. It will be difficult to find 2022 paper. But it's 20, 23. You can see that that length of questions have also been asked. Yes, that is how it is. ये attitude से question है. I was saying कि attitude next year, let's say, attitude has remained. I guess कि attitude ही होगा यहाँ पर. Yes, attitude. Attitude related question they have asked, several questions they have asked. And when they have asked, this is not a small question. It is also a big question. It is also a big question. This. Now I wanted to show, let's see, 2020 22 question. 21. This is how intellectual competency, moral, let's say that quality they asked last year. Anyhow, leave it. Right. Difficult to find since topic wise it is given. So what we find, let's say if you take syllabus in terms of theory section. So first thing will tell you that it is quite predictable. If you prepare your theory section thoroughly, each topic, so you can yourself predict the questions. That some questions they ask, let's say the topic in this it is mentioned, civil service, values in civil services, it is mentioned ethical issues in international funding. From that they did not ask any question so far till 2022. This year they asked international aid question. It was quite expected question. Now if you want to ask any topic which so far they have not asked and we expect a question, yes, there are like ethics in public-private relation from this, They have not asked in theory question. Attitude they have asked. As far as aptitude is the term, they have not asked. The term aptitude has not come in the question. We have been expecting today or tomorrow term aptitude in the question. Then if you take attitude, let's say, there is moral and political attitude topic. They have not asked so far. Moral and political attitude. This they have not asked. They have asked everything in this emotional intelligence. In this, if you see, if anything is left, so no, nothing is now left. Corporate governance question asked, governance question asked, good governance last year they asked. This, and then they have asked, let's say, this international aid wala question. So no any topic is left here, new, all topics asked. Now if you take probity in governance, there are some topics they have not asked. Quality of service as a term they have not asked. Work ethics as a term they have not asked. This. So these are they are the two such topics they have not asked. Otherwise all topics they have asked. At least you can find 4 or 5 such topics, the term mentioned in the syllabus. The 4 or 5 terms mentioned in the syllabus they have not asked. It means that you should have those topics prepared, let's say that. Today or tomorrow, the way they ask international aid, then let's say that they can ask that. This. Now if you talk this moral philosophy, it is quite, let's say, Vivekananda 3 times I guess enough. So next year they may not ask Vivekananda. Right? But let's say that Kalam can be asked. Dalai Lama 2 times they have asked. Dalai Lama you can consider. Buddha they have asked. Buddha can be asked. If you want any new thinkers, I will say it is Subhash Chandra Bose. B.R. Ambedkar. When Nehru is asked, why not B.R. Ambedkar? Right. So that is what we can say. But again, these things are not challenging. If you see that these things are not challenging, if you know philosophies, some philosophical orientation you know, so you can mold the answer because you read in your history also, international relation also, in paper 3 also, about some thinkers or let's say some other, let's say that you do read some of them. So on that basis it can be answered. This is how we can say. And one point solution, generally we say handwritten notes that we have. This you can read or any other source you want, other sources, let's say that. So, other sources, basically there is a PDF file of DOPT. That is called Values in Administration. This Values in Administration, you can read it. It is a good file, read 75 pages, not more than that. Then you can take lexicon, one book, so that at least you have satisfaction. I have one book also related to this. So that can help, lexicon. If you get access, we do bring, let's say that, a case study compilation we have, over 100 with model answer, that can be. And plus we have current, let's say that, we have current magazine related to ethics. Generally we compile, let's say that, and these are free resources, we can get access. Basically through, we keep mailing, posting here and there. So that way we can consider. But as far as buying is concerned, so this lexicon you can take as this a textbook. This. Otherwise it is a PDF file available. This. Plus you prepare from newspaper your own examples. You can prepare your own examples, have definitions of the term. You know that largely questions are related to definitions also. This. So that way, let's say, basically we generally teach that ethics paper answer is nothing but, let's say, it is called theory plus application. If you know concept, you explain the concept, you give the example, this is the answer. This. It is simple once you learn the trick of the ethics paper. This way we can consider. Then if you take case studies, right. So case studies, let's say you have to have the themes, let's say that. Themes you have to identify. If you identify themes, so you will be able to do that. Right. These are the themes, let's say, which we say every year, identify some themes. Right. Let's come directly. Harassment of women. It is, let's say, 4th time they have asked question. Not first. Right. If you know the subject, you know the values, you know the structure, you know the key terms, the only thing is that you have to write the answer as per the question that this year question you can consider. It has been as per, let's say that it is not a new aspect, let's say that. It repeated, it is a repeat, we will take it as one, this as a repeat. This. And let's say that this can be considered as, let's say, expected question, because after some intervals they repeat it. This. So that is what one aspect. Then if you take disaster related case study, they have asked. One case study is disaster. The disaster related also somewhere it will be mentioned in this. Right. International disaster. Yes, disaster related. Disaster related cases they have also kept asking. This. So that way you can see this. This year they have asked disaster related, flood related case study, I guess. This. Now thereafter, let's say that we also say that there are within those themes there are some of the subjects which they have not asked case studies. Right. Because in one disaster there are different types of disasters. Right. Basically, we have been expecting the fire safety related disaster, Mukherjee Nagar incident, and then you know that High Court has become active. So we expected also a question from that way. So we ask fire safety disaster related question or others, let's say. So still it is pending. Today or tomorrow they can ask. Right. Social, let's say that welfare related, basically shelter homes we have been expecting. That they have not asked. In that category, let's say, two also, let's say, subject matter which we have been predicting that have been asked this year, new subject. Education, social media and impact on children. You should know that. Last case study, I guess. Education, social media and impact on children. Fortunately, we asked a question once Delhi government issues a notice to ban social media, let's say phone in schools. In our test 7, we asked this question. This new subject, right? Delhi government banned, let's say that, and then lots of things happen. At least see, students will not benefit from the question per se. The model answer which is provided, which is done on the basis of lots of analysis, we do research and give some facts which will help them. This. And the next, let's say, subject matter is we were expecting a question on civil service transfer. Transfer of civil servants. Right. How you know theme? So two new types of subject they have asked this year. Right. Plus two subjects they have repeated. Right. Plus one case study is a very stereotype, I will tell, bank, dormant account. Basically, जब शुरू में 2013 case study started ethics paper, we have taught dormant account related case study. Right. But then gradually things, let's say, passed on. But it is a stereotype case study 7 if you find. So that way. This is how, I guess, this case study is a stereotype case study. Is, I guess, is it? Yes. Bank related, dormant account, simple one you can consider. which they have asked and not challenging, let's say, people can answer. That is how, let's say, NGO related case study they have asked, which is disaster related we have asked also. Right. Then this is MNC related case study. But direct matching, let's say this is how IAS officer transferred. We also ask a question related to transfer, let's say that. Transfer related case study and then question. Then this is how, let's say, it is harassment related case study. Again we ask similar a harassment related case study. This and same thing, let's say this related to old education. We also ask this is how the case study related to Delhi government, how it is. But that's not the point, how many questions match, do not match, that's not the point. Point is that what you have to do in case studies, that you have to prepare themes. The way we have prepared the themes, and theme wise, you yourself analyze the last 10 years papers, what they have asked, what mostly they ask. Some case studies they will repeat. Some case study they will repeat the way they have repeated, and some new subject matters they would ask. This. So that way we can, let's say that tackle case study challenges first. Now second, in case study you know that case study basically related to themes, this, and old and new. This is how we have to know. Second is called instruction. Instructions, old, last 10 years now, and new. Every year they try to bring a bit newness in the instruction of the case study. Right. This year they have not brought, but they have added in this women one, let's say, case related, workplace safety related. They say what are the 4 laws which can help or which government has brought to ensure safety, equity and equality of women at workplace. इस तरह का केस स्टडी है, isn't it? लास्ट ईयर ऐसे इंस्ट्रक्शंस होते थे, एक क्वेश्चन में 5 क्वेश्चन होते थे. This 2022 if you see, right? But this year they have asked 2-3 questions only, isn't it? This eleventh. Ninth, 8th. Yes, this. It is a new, let's say that way. It appears say, paper second type, means other paper type. Generally, let's say this has become common. Nowadays, ethical issues have become common. Thereafter, the questions, instructions can be different. Now there is no any sanctity. They can ask any such kind of instruction you'll find. So let's say that this briefly described the 4 laws. At least 4 laws that have been enacted by the government. Right. Enacted by the government with respect to providing healthy, safe and equitable work environment. What 4 laws can be? Right. Right. Equal Wages Act you can consider. The Wage Act is there. Right. Maternity Benefit Act, Post Act, Equal Opportunity Act. This 4 laws if you see that. Right. So the question is that, but what ethical aspect? Law तो हमने count कर लिया, उसमें क्या है? Right. Whether people will remember maternity benefit वाला थोड़ा याद होगा और post act वाला याद होगा. इसके अलावा. Right. This. So what we will tell is that even if this year length of the case study is not big, variables in the case study you will find limited, but case studies are demanding sharp knowledge. Right, sharp knowledge means this is how I was saying that. Post-sec people can write, maternity benefit they can write, but other two laws they may struggle to write, and if at all they can mention the law, what is the content in the law? That will be a challenge. Other case studies demand taking stand. This you should know that. Case studies are simple, but they are demanding to take a stand. One is flood wala case study, disaster wala case study, transfusion, etc. wala case study. What you will do, right? So basically, they are demanding is to take a stand in the case study, and that way they are posing a bit challenge. Otherwise, overall paper we can consider not that much challenging. Especially when people have attempted to the standard of 22 paper, they will not find it challenging. They will find it challenging in terms of what is specific content they may write. That way. Like as we are saying in this case, as far as suggestions are concerned, now 10 years of ethics papers, so now suggestion means generally we mean by instructions, these questions, instructions we say this. Instructions have no sanctity. Sanctity means there is no any one pattern, this you can say. Now any type of question they can ask, right? A repeat question they have asked. Content is new, transfer, but question is repeat. Somewhere it is politicization, yes. This you can say this. In the light of the comment among the ethical issues that may arise due to politicization of bureaucracy. Do you know that in 2017, yes, in 2017, they have asked a case study related to doctrine of committed bureaucracy. Right. Doctrine of committed bureaucracy related to politicization. Right. And again it is politicization, it is also doctrine of committed bureaucracy. If you know past year case studies, if you have studied, if you have solved them, they will also help in your case studies. This way, the way you get help in theory section. And therefore, that is how the, let's say that we can talk about analysis of the case studies, trained analysis we can say. For case studies, you need to do practice. You need to learn how to structure case studies, especially introduction, then the options that you write, then the way forward that we write, which we can take, tell when we'll take the discussion of this paper, which we'll announce, let's say, and we'll take discussion. So there you can certainly ask more questions related to question. Question related to answers. Here it was just an analysis how we can approach. So trend we can conclude in the sense that it is continuity plus change. Right. Isn't it? It is continuity plus change. The continuity you have to be strong and change you have to be more predictable. You have to yourself be prepared that what are those change which I can predict, and I can also, let's say that next year we can, let's say, tackle those questions when they ask any new question. This we can say. And that is how we will finish here. So if you have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll finish my session. Other people will take their session. Yes, we do not have all PYQs, but this year we have planned to not only have PYQs, but we want to plan a PYQ test series only. This all the 2013 onwards, 2013 to 2023 papers, I think 11 papers, 10 papers, 10 tests. Right. Yes. So we are planning for, let's say that, this PYQ type of thing. Because you can see that if you are writing PYQs, UPSC papers, it benefits you because it is continuity plus change we can consider. That is how to probably this year will give you all those model answers since 2013 papers. This, right?
So one instead of
Lexicon. Yes. So, because it is very lucid and it covers wide range of things in a lucid manner. Yes, so that way we can consider. So let's finish it. Okay.
I hope you don't require a break. Do you?
Yes, sir.
5 minutes break. 5 minutes, yes, we can take 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. I mean, right. So have some water, and if you want to relieve yourself, you can use that. ठीक है.
Sir, notepad ये मेरे पास no, it's the app space.
ठीक है.
ये अगर नहीं अब वहाँ पे पड़ा ठीक है बैक टू पेज
ठीक है. Sorry? Fine, it's okay. चलने दो, 5 मिनट है, 5 मिनट में चलने दो कोई. हाँ हाँ ऑन करने दो, ऑन रहने दो. Good evening students, my name is Raghuram and I will be taking the analysis of international relations. It's okay, we'll. Now I have given 5 minutes break to the offline students. They have been sitting for almost 3.5 hours, right? The online students have the privilege and benefit which the offline students do not have. So, in order to bring actual substantive equality, I have given them 5 minutes break. We will be dealing with the international relations, how the questions are being asked, and what has been the trend of the examination, and what sources you should not read and you should read, and how to answer those questions which are asked in the IR section. Whatever doubts you have, you can type in the chat box. I will be answering them, right? We will be having a detailed discussion of the questions, questions and answers in a later session, not today. So the fundamental idea behind this session is to make you understand the pattern and trends in the UPSC paper. I am glad to see some of my students who are online, right? It's always better, it's always a nice feeling. Anyway, so I think the 5 minutes break is over. No? We can start the proceedings. International relations. As you might be aware, the number of questions that are being asked recently for the past, I would say, 8 years. Number of questions are 4. 4 questions, total marks 50. So generally what they do, they give you 2 questions each carrying 10 marks and 2 questions each carrying 15 marks. It is up to them which area they want to put in 10 marker or in 15 marker. Now for 50 marks, how much you should study? That's the question. I will answer that question, but before that, let me show you the trend of the examination, especially from the IR section. What is the syllabus of IR? How many of you remember or have the knowledge of the syllabus of international relations from the point of view of GS? Not talking about the point of view of optional. Anybody can recollect? India and its neighborhood, fine. International groupings, fine. India and Southeast. Impact of developed countries on India, then India with major developed countries. Is that the syllabus or there is something else? Kind of. But that's not enough. I agree with the view that it's difficult to exactly reproduce the syllabus of UPSC. But it's necessary to know the major points. As far as IR is concerned, if you see the syllabus of UPSC, which we have provided here, which I am unable to locate, the syllabus is structured in such a manner that there is lot of confusion. There is many confusion. In your booklet, we have provided that syllabus, if you can see. The many confusion is because of the way the syllabus is structured. International fora, their mandate, their structure, what does it mean? Which page?
India and its neighbors.
Yes, can you read out?
Bilateral, regional and global groupings and agreements involving India and affecting India's interest.
Okay, then?
Effect of policies and policies of developed and developing countries on India's interest, Indian diaspora. Important international institutions, agencies and fora, their structure.
Now, what is the difference between agencies and fora? Can anybody tell me? What is the difference between fora and agency? Is there any difference?
Sir, agencies work for a country and the fora are the group of the countries.
Fora where discussions are held.
And in agencies, no discussions are held.
Sir, agencies work for a specific country. Implementing, sir. Fora is for decision making kind of.
Fora. World Economic Forum. It's a fora? Forum. Fora is plural. So, World Economic Forum is what? If some decision taken by World Economic Forum, if it has impact upon India, will that be part of this syllabus or will it not be? So, can we differentiate on the basis of function that agency looks only after the country and fora looks after only groups of countries? Can we distinguish on this basis? International Atomic Energy Agency, what is it? Looking after only one country? Yes or no? No. Why am I telling you this? Because in order to make the syllabus complicated, in order to make the syllabus full of words, the habit of UPSC is like this. They tend to make it complicated. When I teach IR, what I do is I do not take the syllabus as such. We divide the syllabus so that it becomes manageable for students. We start with evolution of international relations. What exactly is the subject of IR? What is the meaning of it? What is diplomacy? What is geopolitics? What is geoeconomy? What is the meaning of strategic autonomy? What is track to diplomacy? We begin with that. Then we deal with evolution of India's foreign policy, how it has evolved. Then we deal with India and its neighborhood. Then our section will be India and bilateral relation. In India and bilateral relation, we will deal with USA, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Canada and others. In next section, we will deal with India and the world. Here we will deal with India, Africa, India, Latin America and others. Then comes the international grouping or international institutions. In the macro domain of international institutions, we include everything. This is how you make it manageable. Right? Anyway, so it is necessary that the syllabus should be in your mind. Now come to the number of questions that has been asked in the 2023 paper. How many questions? 4 questions. Question number 1. SEO. Question number 2. Diaspora. Question number 3. NATO. Question number 4. IMO. As far as SEO is concerned, what has been the question? Virus of conflict. It seems that UPSC must have, the person who fed the paper must have suffered from corona, right? So they used the term virus of conflict impacting SEO. You must know that international relation, if you want to prepare for IR, for the UPSC examination, your knowledge about current affairs has to be perfect. Perfect in the sense, it should be better than others. You can always see, you can always locate these questions in current development. I am using the word current development and current affairs synonymously. Right? Virtual summit happened in India. Remember? Supposed to be physical, but due to some reasons, virtual summit happened. If you can open your booklet and those old online students can open the PDF, you will see that we have asked a question on SEO. Hafil ask me hoga. Why we have asked that question? Where is it? Quality of opportunity. Question 9, yes. Question 10, question 9. Yeah, this one. Virus of conflict is affecting the functioning of SEO. In the light of the above statement, point out the role of India in mitigating problem. In fact, it is because of India, it is because of the problem with India and Pakistan and China, this conflict is happening. So if India is the reason for the problem, how India can mitigate it? Anyway, the point I am trying to make is this. This question is asked because of the presidency of India. India was the president of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Meeting held in August, virtually, supposed to happen physically. Now, who is the president of SEO? Anybody? Let me check your current affairs knowledge. Without current affairs knowledge, you cannot answer the questions properly. Kazakhstan. How many members are there in SEO? Who is the new member in SEO? Recently joined. Which member? Iran. How many members are there in SEO total? 9 members. I am going to give you 4 options. Tell me which member is not part of SEO. Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. How? Neutral country. Very good. Turkmenistan. Now the question is about virus of conflict. It is easy for you to know conflict, bilateral conflict is happening. India-China bilateral conflict, and when there are bilateral issues between countries, then it is difficult for them to cooperate in so-called fora, institutions. India, Pakistan, you know. But what after that? Are these only the conflicts? If your knowledge about current affairs is good, then you will know that there is another conflict which is happening. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan border clashes. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan part of SEO. Not only that, if you are very much knowledgeable about the current affairs, then you will come to know that when India wanted to include millet as a theme area of SEO, China resisted. Millet. And when India wanted that English should also be an official language of SEO, China said no. What are the official languages of SEO? Russian and Chinese. Can we speak that? Can our Prime Minister speak? So they want to that English should also be included. Now how will you know this? Current affairs. We asked a question because of this issue, not because of this, because the virtual meeting, the meeting was supposed to happen in physical mode, but within few days before the commencement of the meeting, the government said that we are organizing virtually. So does that mean whether the significance of SCO for India diminished? We have organized G20, still we can see outside that G20 is not over. Everywhere you see G20. We have given too much emphasis on G20. And what about SCO? We asked a question, joining the SCO has been a key part of India's stated ambitions on multi-alignment and strategic autonomy while becoming balancing power in the world. Examine. The key word here is examine. Examine means some challenges are happening. This question is framed in that context, virtual summit. Not only that, we have made an editorial discussion. As you know, we have a current affairs program which is known as editorial discussion, where I as a faculty take polity as well as IR, the entire GS2, right, in which we have taught this virtual summit. And I think we have also provided, if you, in that PDF which you have, the topic, whether virtual summit means declining relevance of SCO to India. But UPSC question is very easy compared to our question. But anyway, the point is that current affairs. All the 4 questions I can locate in current affairs. Next one, diaspora. Now, if you see your syllabus, diaspora is mentioned. And if you know that, if you know the evolution of India's foreign policy, the External Affairs Minister has categorized the evolution of India's foreign policy into 6 phases. Can anybody tell me the 6 phases? The era of optimistic non-alignment, the era of realism and recovery, the era of regional assertion, the quest for strategic autonomy, balancing power, and 6th one which is ongoing is energetic diplomacy. In this ongoing phase of energetic diplomacy, one of the important component is focus on diaspora. That is why this diaspora question has been asked for the past 5 years. We see more than 2 times they have asked diaspora. Wherever Prime Minister goes, the diasporic community come and meet, and there are events. Australia it happened. So diaspora, the focus on diaspora as part of India's foreign policy is very much prominent, especially in the ongoing period. So diaspora is a very important thing. And as you know that, even when Prime Minister went to ASEAN meeting, he also met with the South East Asian diaspora. But the question is about West. Fine. But diaspora is an important element. If you know your syllabus, diaspora, then definitely you would have prepared something for that. And not only that, while you are reading the newspapers, you will know the importance of diaspora. Even if you are reading one newspaper, that's fine. And if you are attending our classes, then you would have been in a better place to answer them. So diaspora is important. Now how will you start this? In the ongoing period of energetic diplomacy of India's foreign policy, diaspora has become an important pillar to achieve their objectives. This is how you connect it. This knowledge you may not get in the newspaper. But the point is that there are some important developments which are happening, which you need to keep in mind. We have framed another question, yes? Because of the importance of diaspora, we have framed this question, which is difficult than a UPSC question. Although the Indian diaspora is a critical enabler driving India's regional and global ambitions, it is divided along identity and ideological moorings. Can anybody tell me what is the meaning of this, identity and ideological moorings? What does it mean? Hope if you are not given the test, then only. If you have given the test, definitely would have read the model answers. Right. Ideology and identity moorings. You must have heard that in many local governments in USA, they have been passing laws, anti-caste laws. The caste, the state of California has also, I believe, formulated a law. Many MNCs have taken steps. Identity means diaspora instead of homogeneous entity is heterogeneous. This heterogeneity was there earlier, but recently a phenomenon is seen where the diaspora is divided on the basis of identity. This identity can be religious identity or caste identity. Ideology, right-wing ideology. Right-wing ideology and so-called socialistic or let's say left-wing ideology. This is visible. But UPSC did not ask a question in such a difficult manner. It simply asked you, Indian diaspora has scaled new heights in the West. Describe is the word. Simply explain, simply elaborate. Very easy to write. Description. When you describe something, you don't have to criticize it. Don't have to write negative points. I would say that IR questions of UPSC are comparatively easier than the test series questions. And if you see the previous year's questions too, difficult. Some questions I would say that, where is that? 19 and 20, 15 marker. This one, expansion and strengthening of NATO. If you see June or July newspaper, July 4 newspaper, if you have that, I think I have given that there. Let me see if let me see that. We have provided 2 newspaper cutting. We have provided 2 newspaper cutting which is not available I think in this slide. Do you have that in your copy, in your booklet? The US Congress Committee recommended that India should be given the status of NATO plus. This was in the news. We have covered that in our current affairs. We have a current affairs, daily current affairs, where we provide 5 important news and its developments. So we have covered that there, and we have also covered that in daily Hindu newspaper analysis. NATO plus. Go home and just type NATO plus the Hindu. It will come. India should resist being drawn into this NATO plus. July first week. Even you see that IMO question. IMO summit happened in London in July. IMO is something you may study from the point of view of prelims. But your knowledge will not be enough to write that 15 marker. I am emphasizing only one thing. Current affairs is very much important. But the current affairs is not enough. Current affairs will not be enough. Because you need to know the analysis part. You know some facts, IMO. Or let's say, don't take the IMO question. Let us take the NATO question. What is your opinion? If you read the question, you will see that. Can you read out the question? What is the question? The expansion and strengthening of NATO and a stronger US-Europe strategic partnership works well for India, not in. For India, what is your opinion about this statement? Kya opinion hai? Batao. I have no opinion. That is my opinion. What is your opinion? Nobody is asking you to say yes or no. My opinion is that India should be part of NATO plus or India should not be. That is not you are supposed to write.
No, because of multilateral India can't be an ally of any country.
We are not ally of a country. Do we have to be an ally of a country? There is a concept of NATO plus where NATO has I would say defense cooperation, global defense cooperation with countries like New Zealand, South Korea, Australia, Japan and Israel. NATO's, I understand, NATO's expansion can help India strategically because it will check the Chinese rise. As you know that there is a new Cold War kind of system which is emerging. This new Cold War bloc is not made by USSR or Russia. I mean, I would say it is not led by that. It is led by China. And it has members like Russia, Myanmar, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, North Korea and others. So these are creating challenges to the West. So India has a problem with China. So Chinese hegemony can be controlled to some extent or to a larger extent by increasing cooperation of India with NATO. But the problem with this is the fundamental idea which we use, strategic autonomy or multi-alignment. We cannot afford to be taking sides. Our approach is not multi-alignment, our approach is multi-partnership. We believe in plurality of partnerships, not in alignment. I am using from the official record of the Government of India. This is the speech given by what we say, External Affairs Minister. This is what he says. But in newspaper, if you read, this term is used, multi-alignment. No, nobody is aligning with somebody. With alliances comes commitment. Alliances reduces the scope for autonomy in foreign policy. Partnership does not come with strings attached. Plurilateral partnership, Quad, we are member, SCO we are member, BRICS we are members, we are member, at WTO we are member. India is part of East Asia Summit. So we believe in plurilateral partnership, not in alignments. One of the major problem of Russia-Ukraine war, one of the major reason of Russia-Ukraine war is the eastward expansion of NATO. Expansion of NATO, instead of creating peace and prosperity for the world, create more conflicts. So the point is that if you read those things, you will get some understanding. But to write that answer, that might not be enough. It requires conceptual understanding. The base has to be built. The base can be built either by whatever coaching student you attended, whatever notes you have, if you feel them sufficient. Or I would say you attend my class. I am not marketing myself, but I am telling you the fact. The students which are there, they will watch for the fact. Don't read any book. For 50 marks, you don't have to read any book at this point in time. You read only when you are sure that you will get an interview call. After mains. Don't waste your time by reading those books. No. We have provided one book. If at all you want have some, let's say, clarification, you may. But I would say that there is no book which is specifically made for UPSC International Relations, no book. Newspaper plus the conceptual understanding, which you might have built up through your classes, through a foundation batch. If your foundation is built strongly, then the current affairs will provide you the edge. Current affairs is the icing on the cake. The cake is your foundation. We have structured our program. We have 8-12 discussion classes where we deal with all most important current affairs. In fact, we have taken 5 to 6 lectures on G20 itself. I want to ask you one question in order to check your clarity of understanding. Can you tell me, give me an answer yes or no. India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. You must have heard about this. Is it a part of G20 or not? Yes or no? IMEC, is it a part of G20? Or I would say, is it the outcome of G20 declaration? G20 meeting happened in India. New Delhi declaration came out. That is the outcome of that meeting. Can we say that IMEC is a part of the Delhi declaration? It is the outcome of G20 summit? IMEC is? कैसे नहीं है? Are you sure or just having some doubts? Doubts, which means lack of clarity. IMEC, if you think simply, India Middle East Economic Corridor. What is this idea? Why this has come? There is another corridor which is going on, Belt and Road Initiative from 2013. China is part of G20. China is part of G20 or not? And one of the major reasons were prior 200 plus meetings could not generate any outcome document or joint statement is because of the difference between West and the East, that is China-led bloc and West. Now you are bringing something which is counter to the initiative of China. Will China endorse it? IMEC is not an initiative G20. It is an independent initiative. It is announced or launched in the sidelines of G20, sidelines. That's the key word there. USA, India, France, Germany, Italy, Saudi Arabia, UAE and European Union. They signed these 7 nations and one international organization signed this. No China, no Russia. Global Biofuel Alliance, is it an outcome of G20? Huh? If you read the Delhi Declaration, पढ़ना नहीं है वैसे 40-45 पेज का है, ठीक है, leave it. The statement which you will find is this: the G20 members noted the establishment of global biofuel, that global biofuel alliance. Go home, just find out which all countries are part of this GFA. कौन से कंट्री है वो उसके पार्ट G20 के अंदर 19+1 यूरोपियन यूनियन 19 कंट्रीज में कितने उसके अंदर है वो देख लेना. This global biofuel alliance is also not an initiative of G20. Now how will you know this? The newspapers might not give you this knowledge. It requires some in-depth understanding. Had you attended our classes, this could have been very easy for you, because we don't simply go to the newspaper and tell you, acha ye padhna hai, wo padhna hai. No. We go through the exact government document in order to develop that understanding. Because it is logically incoherent that IMSC will be supported by China. Right? So this understanding you should develop. This understanding you will get by whatever notes you have, by revising, reflecting on it, reading the one newspaper properly and making notes. And if you want to part of our program, you can attend the A12 discussion classes. 1 month classes are available in YouTube. You can go home and find out A12 discussion classes 1 month. We have started from August and September. It is available in YouTube. Right? You can see them. We have dealt with the polity aspect as well as international relations. But anyway, to conclude this session, as far as IR is concerned, we have an economic faculty who right? She will discuss, ma'am will discuss the economy aspect of your UPSC. Anything you want to ask me, like what to study, how to study, I think I have made it clear. Do not run behind sources. Do not run behind sources. Have the syllabus in your mind. Develop conceptual understanding. You should know what does it mean, strategic engagement, all those terms are used. क्या मतलब है उसका? If I say the success of G20 is because of G20 eschewed or excluded geopolitical consideration and it focused on geo-economic aspects, what does it mean? Geopolitics क्या है, geo-economy क्या है, अगर पता नहीं है तो नहीं लिख पाएगा. Conceptual understanding is very much important, not only for IR, for other subjects too. Right? Do not go for books reading. This is enough. We have provided the current affairs, we have been providing this. So if you want to follow ours, or you can also follow others. Right? Anything you want to ask, you can. Nothing? Then all the best. Ma'am, over to you.
Done. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I think one of the most important aspects of the GS paper 3 is economy, and we are about to deal with it. Have you seen the question paper? Have you gone through the question paper of this year? I suppose you did not. Okay, no problem. I think everybody is acquainted how important the economy section is from the perspective of GS paper 3. It carries the highest weightage. Approximately 100 marks or 120 marks each year questions are being asked from this section alone. So now I'll begin the analysis. First of all, I'll begin with the syllabus. Like sir asked you earlier, are you acquainted with the syllabus of economy? Acquainted? Okay, so if you have noticed, there is an interesting observation. The first half, this section is regarding the economy and the infrastructure part. And if you see this second half, that deals exclusively with the agriculture and allied sector. Shall I read the syllabus for you, or is it clear? Okay, we'll see the cropping patterns, different types of the irrigation and the irrigation systems, whatever issues and related constraints are there. Now you have to take note of this one, e-technology in the aid of farmers. Why I am highlighting is there are consistently questions being asked from this aspect. Digital India, everybody knows. So since India is an agrarian, majorly agrarian sector economy, so we ensure that for the welfare of the farmers, for their upliftment, appropriate portals, the agro advisories, whatever support system they need regarding the production, the marketing, they should be provided, right? So UPSC has explicitly mentioned the e-technology, and later I'll show you how the questions have been repeated every second, third year and so on. Okay? Similarly, the cropping patterns, around one question every year. Even in some years you will notice since 2013, they have been asking 2 questions also regarding this. Okay? So you have to pay attention to these, the cropping pattern. Then next we study about the farm subsidies and the issue regarding the food security, the buffer stock, especially the issues which are raised at the WTO. Questions have been asked earlier also. On the same lines, questions have been asked this year as well. We'll see that in detail later. So just pay attention to the syllabus, the portions I am highlighting for your future reference. Next, the food processing. Last year there was direct question on this. This year there is not a direct, but there is an indirect question regarding the food processing. So we'll see how. Land reforms in India, it's clearly mentioned here, and this is one of the major aspects from which questions have been asked in the past also, and following the trend, even this year we have the questions. Okay? So clear with the second section. So now I'll come to this one regarding the planning, the mobilization of resources, growth, development, employment. This year we have a question on unemployment. Okay? Growth and development, when you study about this, you can also divide it into further sections, one of which an important pillar is the inclusive growth. बहुत बात होती रहती है ना न्यूज़पेपर्स में या हर जगह पे कि हमें इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की ज़रूरत है, तो उससे रिलेटेड डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस भी आते हैं. पॉलिसी जो भी गवर्नमेंट बनाती है डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स के लिए, इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए, सेक्शंस ऑफ पीपल, ठीक है, तो उसके आधार पे कभी इनडायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन भी आ जाता है. तो वील सी हाउ द क्वेश्चंस हैव बीन आस्क्ड दिस ईयर. ठीक है. देन द डेवलपमेंटल पैरामीटर्स विच डिसाइड द स्टेटस ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. अब हम इकोनॉमी पढ़ रहे हैं तो वी शुड नो कि हम कैसे इवॉल्व कर रहे हैं, डेवलपमेंट हो रही है या नहीं हो रही है, वरना क्या मतलब क्या है हमें इस पेपर को पढ़ने का. तो उन पैरामीटर्स को स्टडी करना, पॉवर्टी हो गया, इनइक्वालिटी आप पढ़ते हो, नेम वन अदर, क्लियरली मेंशन्ड है। एम्प्लॉयमेंट का स्टेटस क्या है, वो भी तो डेवलपमेंटल पैरामीटर है ना, ठीक है। तो इन सब पे बार बार क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं, कभी उनकी मेथड कि कैसे कंप्यूट करते हैं हम, स्टैटिस्टिकल मेजर्स क्या हैं, उनमें फ्लॉज क्या है, तो उस तरीके का एनालिसिस आता ही रहता है। व्हाट आई वांट टू एम्फसाइज इस पर्सपेक्टिव से आपको सिलेबस को पहले एनालाइज करना है। इज दैट क्लियर? ओके। द बजटिंग इन्वेस्टमेंट मॉडल्स, इन पे 2018, 19, 20, 21 क्वेश्चंस आते रहे हैं इन वन फॉर्म ऑफ द अदर। पीपीपी वाला आया था पहले, पीपीपी इन रेलवेज लास्ट ईयर काफ़ी चर्चा में था, तो सीधा ही क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया था, ठीक है। इन्वेस्टमेंट मॉडल्स पे इस पे भी क्वेश्चंस आते हैं। इस बार वी आर नॉट हैविंग एनी क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग द गवर्नमेंट बजटिंग और द इन्वेस्टमेंट मॉडल, they are focused on the other areas which I have highlighted. Now in bit more detail देखते हैं आगे। ठीक है, ट्रेंड एनालिसिस कर लेते हैं इस बार का। मेजरली देखा जाए, जैसे मैंने 2 हिस्सों में आपको सिलेबस डिवाइड करके दिखाया था। या श्योर, या श्योर, ऑल राइट, आई एम सॉरी। Now if like I had emphasized earlier, there are 2 sections in which we have tried to simplify our syllabus, right? One the agriculture and the food industry, the other one dealing with the economy and the infrastructure. If we analyze, except for the 2014, more weightage was given to the economy and the infrastructure aspect. ठीक है? However, in the other years if you analyze, almost 50% weightage has been given to the agriculture and the food industry. So 50% they have been, so this is one of the major chunks. If you are preparing this part well, it means you can really score well in this exam, and it's pretty much easy. These are the doable aspects of this paper. Okay. This year there were total 8 questions. Now further dividing them into other sections, we have tried to analyze from which aspect the questions have been asked. So if we see the growth and development, the matrix I have explained you, the categorization, based upon that there were 3 questions, 2 15 markers and 1 10 marker from the growth and development. Question wise we'll go on later, then I'll explain you how. We'll try to analyze. From economic reforms, we are not having any question for the past 4 years, including this year's. ठीक है? बजट में से डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन तो नहीं आया, but somehow your analysis, your understanding could have been used. Next, infrastructure and investment. If we see a question, 10 marker, the question number 1, which deals with the manufacturing sector, the MSMEs, that could be categorized under the infrastructure and investment. ठीक है? Is that clear? Okay, proceeding further. The agriculture and food industry, farming and livestock, there wasn't any direct question, although there was a question earlier. Majority of the questions this year have been on the land reform, the cropping pattern, e-technology in aid, and the food security aspect, the MSP, the PDS and other schemes which we launched. ठीक है? Food processing, no explicit question, no direct question, although we'll use our understanding of this sector for the analysis of the other question which has been asked. ठीक है? Regarding the consumption कैसे change हो रही है, कैसे वो cropping pattern को affect कर रहा है, तो जब हम वहाँ analysis करते हैं, I'm sorry, whenever we try to analyze from that perspective, we'll use our understanding of the food processing. All right? Next, we'll come to the questions. So there were total 8 questions, 4 the 10 markers and 4 were the 15 markers. First question deals with the manufacturing sector, that if you want to grow fast and in sustainable manner, you need to emphasize on the manufacturing sector particularly on the MSMEs. It means in the first portion, if you analyze it well, they are highlighting the importance of building the industrial base, the manufacturing sector, foundations should be strong, and since in India we have a large share of MSMEs, their contribution is very high in terms of the GVA. In manufacturing we have approximately 30% of share from this sector alone, from the MSMEs. And they employ lot of people, right? Millions of people are employed in this. Women, okay. And especially their labor intensiveness, since they are less capital intensive, it is easy for everybody to venture into this. So we have been trying that labor intensive growth should be there. Okay. In that respect, you have to just analyze it briefly. Now, major aspect was comment on the present policies of the government in this regard. Direct question. You keep reading the policies for every sector, right? So it was pretty easy question, I would say. Since it is comment, it means here you were supposed to analyze the impact of these policies. So go on the command of the question. So here you have to explain that how the present policies have been beneficial for this sector. You have to analyze them very briefly, just mention 3 to 4 schemes and see that credit has been being distributed to them. They are trying to mainstream them, hand-holding support is being provided through the Champions portal. So if you analyze the policies that way, then further in the second part you were supposed to highlight few limitations. Okay? Their tendency to be still in the dwarf stage, dwarfism syndrome. It was highlighted in the economic survey 2 years ago. Okay? So in that respect you were supposed to analyze this, and this was a very easy question. Analyzing the nature of second question, what is the status of digitalization in the Indian economy and the problems faced in this regard, suggest improvements. इससे ज़्यादा easy question तो नहीं आ सकता ना. What is your viewpoint? Digital India करते रहते हैं हम. Since 2015 we have been talking about Digital India. So this year they have put a pretty easy, a direct question. It is analytical question. Okay? You should know what this mission was about, what its pillars were, the objectives were, and you should just analyze the status in terms of internet penetration, digital infrastructure. Okay? Then you have to see the impact. Financial technology startups कितने हो इसी sector से growth हो रही है. So that is one of the direct impacts. Further, the UPI transactions. Okay? Digital transactions are taking place, and India is one of the leading countries. We are setting example for the other countries, which is the reason that this year in G20 we have put forward our initiative of digital public infrastructure. If you are acquainted with the current affairs, you have to link it. Yeah, do you have any question? Okay, all right. Okay, you have to keep your eye on the current developments, link it well, and your answer could be framed easily. Okay? Examine the problems. Problems बड़ी common सी होती हैं. There are common problems. Can you name a few problems? This is very easy, so I would like someone to answer from the audience. Digital divide. Yeah, digital divide. Privacy, digital literacy. Yes, digital literacy. Digital divide you can further divide into urban, rural, gender based. Yes. Yes. Okay, in that way just mentioning 4 problems with their short analysis, where you have to use certain facts, certain reports which we keep studying, indices वगैरह आते रहते हैं. You have to use your knowledge of that and you have to analyze it. Yes. Even in a particular, not just rural, that is a general problem everywhere, wherever people are not aware. Okay? Next, how does e-technology help the farmers in the production and marketing? Since it is given in the syllabus in very clear words, e-technology in the aid of farmers. These are the topics which should be prepared beforehand by you. ठीक है, you just have to keep updating whatever efforts government is making with respect to that. ठीक है, can you name few initiatives in this regard and how they are benefiting? Yeah, ENAM, yes. Yeah, we are trying to provide appropriate agro advisories to the farmers, weather forecasting, so that they can plan their production, their marketing accordingly. Meghdut app, a very famous example. M-Kisan app. Yes, we are trying. ठीक है, good examples. So you just have to link. This is the applied question. ठीक है. Next, state the objectives and measures of land reforms in India and how the land ceiling policy on the land holding can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. This year, if you kept note of the current developments, whatever government was trying to do in the field of land records modernization, one of the major initiatives was the Swamitva scheme. Everybody is acquainted with that. So following that, means taking hints from that, this question has been framed, and also because this is one of the major areas given in the syllabus, questions will be there. Okay? So land reforms, this is the conceptual static portion which should be prepared beforehand. Objectives में क्या क्या होता है? There are 3 objectives. Yes. So that is part of the social justice. Agricultural productivity will be improved. ठीक है? And the third one, poverty reduction. These are the simple terms we come across. You just have to pay attention to those keywords. ठीक है? So those were the objectives. You were supposed to just mention that these are 3 objectives, and further you had to write what were the measures taken. Just after the independence period, in 3 major areas we have taken the steps in this regard. First one was the abolition of the zamindari system. Yes. So that comes under the ambit of redistribution of land. Okay, that is why the land ceiling. So you were supposed to connect those 2 dots in the second aspect of this question. And the third one was regarding the tenancy reforms. Yes, the rent regulation and ensuring that they have the security. Okay. The next question, sorry. The next question is regarding the unemployment. Most of the unemployment in India is structural in nature. Examine the methodology adopted to compute unemployment in the country and suggest improvements. Now, in our very foundation of this subject, we are studying about unemployment, what is it and what are its types. That is our general understanding of the subject. The foundation should be clear. So, here UPSC is trying to emphasize that we are not just analyzing your current understanding, we also want to know how much strong foundation you have for this subject. ठीक है? तो unemployment, poverty reduction, poverty हो गया, inequality हो गया. If there are these sub-categorizations, like here, the structural unemployment, what do you mean by it? Whenever there are mismatches in the skill set gap because of which there is unemployment. And when does that happen? Whenever there is change in the technology, the structure of the economy. You had to simply mention briefly the first aspect, you had to explain it a bit, and then the second aspect was what is the methodology, you had to examine that. NSSO, yes, periodic labor force survey is brought out, that is a survey, but what is the method that it is using to determine that how is the economy doing in terms of employment and unemployment? Is anybody aware? Have you heard about the usual principal and subsidiary status? Current weekly status? So your homework is go home today, open up your books, study about this. ठीक है? That is under the first aspect. And similarly in current weekly, the reference period is 1 week before the survey. During that period, if they find out that somebody worked for even 1 hour for 1 day, he is accounted as employed. पर ये भी तो हो सकता है उसके एक हफ्ते पहले तक उसके पास काम ना हो. He might not be working a week before that and he got employment just in the week when survey was conducted. So in that case, it means real status is not being reflected. So on similar lines, you were supposed to analyze that what are the shortcomings in the methods which are being used for calculating the unemployment. And I'll tell you something, there was direct article based on this in the Hindu. The whole understanding the analysis, this is a direct question based upon that development. There was a discussion going on around the unemployment status. Since periodic labor force survey, are you aware of the findings of the periodic labor force survey? Unemployment ka status, what did it reveal? Okay. Recently, according to that survey, in 2017-18, unemployment was somewhere around 6.1%. That was the first time periodic labor force survey was brought out. And in 2021-22, they reported just 4.8% of the unemployment. And during the same time, the impact of COVID, and during that whole duration, everybody was facing this dilemma of the joblessness. So there was debate going on regarding that does it reveal the true picture of the economy? So it means there are certain flaws, and this is why the question was being asked. Is it clear? Okay. To highlight one more thing regarding this question, regarding unemployment, there have been questions asked in the previous years also, where they have been asking about the jobless growth. That was the term widely used with respect to the Indian economy, Hindu growth rate. If you read your basics, we come across this term. Okay? So what I want to convey is that first you have to build your foundations, your concepts. Then you have to go one step further. You have to link it with the current debates, the current developments, the current status in which economy is going. Analyze the impact. Maybe something is happening globally that is impacting something here. Also analyze what is happening within the economy. What are the problems within the economy because of which that particular problem is arising. From this perspective, you have to analyze each and every aspect of economy section, which makes the preparation very easy. Okay? Next one, the question was regarding the care economy versus monetized economy and how it can be brought into the monetized economy through women empowerment. This question is based upon the current developments. Every year we come across certain terms, V-shaped recovery, gig economy, shadow economy, ऐसे कई सारे terms आते रहते हैं ना. Now these can't be prepared if you stay isolated from the current developments. You have to be focused, you have to stay updated with your current affairs. ठीक है? Care economy क्यों news में रहा था? Let me tell you the context why this question was asked. It was expected that this should be asked even in 2022 or 21, but they did not. This year we have it because just as an impact of COVID, there was so much emphasis on the care of the elderly, the vulnerable people. ठीक है? So many vulnerable populations, they were in need of the care, the dependent, the ill, the children. ठीक है? So the questions were, they are not being remunerated well, they do not receive any social security, the Anganwadi workers, they are working for the, they are taking care of the society in some manner. But there was also debate, there was demand by the Anganwadi workers that their salary should be hiked, right? Just 1.5 years ago, this debate has been ongoing. And then continuing further, ILO had brought special report regarding this. These terms were first acquainted from there. ठीक है? So care economy और इसके बीच में difference क्या है? Majorly care economy is comprising of the unpaid work also. The domestic workers could be there, they are not remunerated well. If you are taking care of any ill partner, that is not accounted, you are not receiving any monetary benefits for it. Although, since it is linked with the women empowerment, it means there is significant proportion of women who are involved in this. So we need to take care that their economic welfare is also taken care of. IMF, every now and then it has been highlighting the importance of bringing women into the mainstream of the economy. It says that if you bring women, 10% of the women into the economy, you are going to reap the benefits beyond your expectations. There is going to be exponential growth in the GDP of any country. So nowadays we can see gender budgeting and the other initiatives, skill development, ठीक है? All those, and we are trying to bring the platform workers also into the mainstream. ठीक है? These are all the initiatives which are related to women empowerment. So in similar manner, you were supposed to link here that you have to increase the investment. India is investing roughly 1% of its GDP on the care economy. If we increase it to 2%, just 1% more, it is going to generate around 11 million jobs, most of which are going to be benefiting the women. It means we have to take care of this section, of this segment of the economy. So these questions are easy to tackle if you are acquainted with the keywords, with all the evolutions which are happening in the economy. ठीक है? The next question, explain the changes in the cropping pattern in India in the context of changes in the consumption pattern and marketing conditions. I think everybody has studied about the Green Revolution. ठीक है? Green Revolution, if you see the pre-Green Revolution period and the post, there is a difference. Earlier, emphasis was more on the production of millets before 1960s. But after Green Revolution, scenario changed. We'll come to that. First we'll come towards the skewed cropping pattern towards rice and wheat. ठीक है? Rice and wheat के लिए there are certain factors which you were supposed to analyze here. One was the impact of the Green Revolution, how it changed the marketing conditions for that. MSP is skewed in that favor. Procurement किस crop की ज़्यादा होती है? है ना? That is the reason that farmers think, अच्छा this is profitable for me, why shouldn't I grow this? Why should I grow millet or oil seeds if I am not having proper mechanism for its procurement? ठीक है? In similar manner, the consumption pattern, if you link it with the changing dietary pattern these days, urbanization, ठीक है? The demand for the processed food, ready to eat food की demand, it's shooting. I told you that there is link of the food processing sector that is here indirectly. So you have to keep your preparation integrated. Another message. ठीक है? Further, in terms of marketing conditions, you could also analyze how in recent times the ethanol blending program, it is increasing the demand for the sugar cane because that serves as a feedstock, the raw material in the biofuel production. ठीक है? And we have ample statistics to support that the production of these energy crops which we call, they have gone up. ठीक है? In similar manner, on similar lines, you were supposed to analyze it. Easy question. Now you are not going to find the answers perfectly in one place. This is why you have to keep linking your basics, your current developments, at least for the 2 years. Okay. Historical developments we are already covering in our foundation, in our basics, right? Try to keep that in mind and build upon that. कि ठीक है, ये पहले हुआ है. Let me see how the scenario is changing now. What could happen in the future? Millets, now we are growing, we are trying that we should incentivize the growth of the millets. Earlier it was considered that it is a poor man's diet. But now we are saying that millet, we are proving, we are trying to increase the awareness among the farmers, among the society, that since the nutritional value of the millets is very high, its consumption should be high. Okay, from the health perspective. Again, you could link the consumption pattern. Okay. So I think I have given you enough dimensions to address this. Next, what are the direct and indirect subsidies provided to farm sector in India? Discuss the issues raised by the WTO in relation to agricultural subsidies. This question should have been prepared already beforehand. Static का part है आपका. There was nothing to analyze. You should already know. ठीक है? You should know about the amber box subsidies, the debate, the controversy between the developed and the developing countries. ठीक है? Direct subsidies क्या होती हैं? Anybody? That is indirect. हम डायरेक्ट कैश देते हैं फार्मर्स को? Not direct. Anything, any subsidy that you are providing directly in the form of cash. Cash के form में whatever support you are giving. Income support which is given under the, yes, you are right. PM Kisan में we are providing them. In Odisha, they, in similar manner, they are providing under the Kalia scheme. ठीक है? Yes. So that those are the examples of direct subsidy. Indirect, not in the form of cash, but somehow we are trying to incentivize, we are trying to bring down the cost of inputs, other facilities which are necessary for the farmers. The fertilizers. ठीक है? Now fertilizer subsidy is not given directly to farmers. किसको दी जाती है? Yes, yes. A very good example of that. Yes, you're right. Very good. ठीक है? So that's all about our questions. Now we will see the recurring themes, those themes which have been repeated earlier. Also I have emphasized on this. Land reforms asked 4 times until now. Subsidies question was there in 2013, and interestingly the question which has been framed this year, it is culmination of 2 questions which were asked in 2013. In 2013 there were separate questions. One was on the farm subsidies, the other was about the issues which are raised at the WTO. ठीक है? This year they have integrated both, framed one question. So whenever you are preparing for economy, for the main section in particular, you have to keep track of the questions which have been asked in the past. ठीक है? That will always help you keep your preparation streamlined. You won't be distracted here and there, otherwise there is sea of information, you will be lost. ठीक है? Next, the e-technology in aid of farmers asked in 2015, 17 and this year. Crops and the cropping patterns 2017, 18 लगातार पूछ लिया है. It means you have to make sure that you do not leave any section of the syllabus. आपको holistically सब कुछ cover करके जाना है. ठीक है? Inclusive growth 2013, 16, 17 ये अलग अलग forms में पूछ लेते हैं. Last year they asked a question on the analysis of Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, financial inclusion. Before that there was direct question on the inclusive growth, on its concept. That what do you understand by inclusive growth? उसके components बता दो, challenges बता दो, and what is the way forward. ठीक है? Manufacturing sector and infrastructure. asked in 2015, 17, even last year, PPP wala, ठीक है, the national infrastructure pipeline. Whatever initiatives have been taken since the past 3 years also, you should always have a short analysis of those ready beforehand. ठीक है? Syllabus of economy is not that vast if you try to segment it properly, compartmentalize it. Sector wise, for the primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector, ठीक है, एक ही पेज पे लिख लो कि अच्छा these are the initiatives and keep updating your list. जैसे कोई नया initiative आता है, जल्दी से mention कर लिया, this is the new initiative and briefly mention कि this is the objective. ठीक है? Keep revising, you won't forget it and you will be easily able to produce it in the exam. ठीक है? The next was about the growth and development and the issues concerned. Now here questions regarding the poverty, inequality, unemployment and the other matrix. There was question, okay, there are some sections which we tend to ignore in our very foundation. जैसे I said कि the method of computing anything, computing the GDP, ठीक है? How do you compute the poverty, the inequality, unemployment? What have been recommendations of the previous committees? ठीक है? So whenever you are preparing your basics, your foundations, please pay attention to them. You cannot think that, अच्छा, this section, it's not going to benefit me much. अरे ठीक है, I'll do it later. We tend to do that and later does not come. We forget it completely then. ठीक है? So please make sure you are prepared with this. ठीक है? The next one, this is, we'll just talk very briefly, just 3 to 4 questions that PYQs, similar PYQs were there and their link with the current affairs, the question on the MSMEs. Even this year in January 2022, there was a very nice article written on the role of the MSMEs, their relevance and the initiatives, their analysis in short. ठीक है? I'm sorry. Okay, next. Now there are so many things we have to cover and it becomes really difficult for a UPSC aspirant that he cannot cover everything on his own. So he needs external help also. There comes the role of any coaching institution or any external help you are seeking. ठीक है? Here in Lukmaan, we try to cover all the relevant issues through our classes or in the form of our editorial discussion. We had taken up this discussion from the economic survey on the measures taken to boost MSME sector. So such topics, sector wise, whichever are in the news, they are thoroughly covered, the complete analysis. So you can rely on them. ठीक है? We also framed the questions in our test series on similar lines. This is direct question. ठीक है? Which enterprises fall under the category of MSMEs in India? Discuss the significance of MSME sector for inclusive growth in India. ठीक है? The next one, regarding the unemployment, see, this is the article that I was talking about. How unemployment is measured, it was there in the Hindu. So you should develop this habit of reading the newspaper. Next, the cropping patterns. Questions have been consistently asked. 2018, 20, 21. So you can't leave this topic. And also because it is given very clearly in the syllabus. The syllabus should always be kept before you whenever you are preparing. ठीक है? I have given you detailed analysis of that already. Then the question on the e-technology, we have already covered the same question which has been asked this year. That has already been framed in our mock test 3. ठीक है? So whosoever wrote this test must have benefited. We have also covered in the ED classes, editorial discussions. The overall analysis, questions were there on the expected lines. There hasn't been much change in the nature of the questions. बस चेंजेस क्या आए हैं, बस वट एवर हैज़ बीन in the news for the past 2 to 3 years, just keep track of that. उसी के अराउंड जो डिबेट चल रही है, you have to analyze it, link it with the statics also, and very simple questions were there. Although last year specific questions were there on the schemes also. ठीक है, कि सीधा सीधा ही पूछ लिया कि इस स्कीम का एनालिसिस बता दो. इस बारी थोड़ा सा indirect, there was indirect approach with respect to questions. But they are all doable. In my opinion, the paper was of moderate to easy level. ठीक है, next, the dominance of the current underpinnings. At least 2 questions are there from the core static portion. Now you have to prepare thoroughly your government policies, your programs and the schemes. ठीक है, you have to keep your tab on the key terms which are there in the news. V-shaped recovery, K-shaped recovery. जब भी कोई whenever economic survey is released, even then we come across certain terms, always underline, keep them highlighted and try to find out more about it. So there you have to take help from the maybe some of the classes which are available. ठीक है? There is no substitute for the newspaper. This paper cannot be thoroughly dealt with any one book. ठीक है? So you have to link things. You have to keep your preparation comprehensive. It should be holistic preparation. So whatever you are studying even for your prelims, it should be integrated with your mains. That makes the process easy. Okay, strategy that if you are appearing for the next year, what should you do? Firstly, the very first thing you have to do is you have to be thorough with your reading of NCERTs. NCERTs, they should be completely on your tips. ठीक है, you should know कि this concept is given here, this is the idea behind this thing, I know this, I can do this. You should have that thing in mind. ठीक है, इतना clear होना चाहिए. Keep revising. Often I have seen that students tend to ignore. They, even if they are reading it with a very shut mind, where you are not trying to go into the depth of something. You are just reading it for the purpose of reading and you call it, I have done it already. तो वो अप्रोच नहीं रखना है. NCERT आपका फाउंडेशन है, उसको अच्छे से करना है. ठीक है, UPSC का सिलेबस वहीं से निकाला है उन्होंने, आपको बस उस पर बिल्ड ऑन करते जाना है. फर्दर फ्रॉम द रेफरेंसेस, फ्रॉम द करंट डेवलपमेंट्स, ट्रेस द एवोल्यूशन ऑफ द इकोनॉमी, हाउ द सेक्टर्स आर परफॉर्मिंग. ठीक है, economic survey, it is of great help in that. Already they are providing you the analysis, experts are doing it, you just have to read it. ठीक है, next thing, ठीक है, you have to link the current affairs with the syllabus topics. You have to prepare the short consolidated notes on each topic so that it is easy for you to revise. Next, this paper you cannot score better if you do not have some data, some report, the analysis aspect prepared. So whenever you are studying any topic, Google पे जल्दी से देख लो उसके regarding if there is any finding of the World Economic Forum or the World Bank or any index that has been in news recently. Just jot down one key highlight of that. ठीक है, and in the end it will be very easy for you to revise. ठीक है, both the analysis should be done from both aspects, the positives also, the limitations also. ठीक है, data representation. अब एक चीज़ आपको ध्यान रखनी है ड्यूरिंग द मेंस, कुछ लोगों के मार्क्स ज़्यादा बेटर आते हैं. वाई? द प्रेजेंटेशन ऑल्सो प्लेज अ रोल. ठीक है, when you will practice the answer writing, develop this habit that you try to use the pie charts or some form of line bar. ठीक है, और सम अदर ग्राफिकल प्रेजेंटेशन, इन्फोग्राफिक्स का यूज़ करो. सिंपल कुछ भी, जैसे अभी रिसेंटली जैसे मैंने अभी बताया था कि इतना डेटा है इस पर्टिकुलर ईयर का, उसको कंपेयर करने के लिए जस्ट शो लाइक दिस कि ईयर दे दिया कि ठीक है दिस इज़ द ईयर और दिस इज़ द दिस ईयर. इफ़ इट हैज़ शोन upward trend, show it like this, otherwise the downward trend. Your presentation becomes better and you are able to fetch better marks than others. ठीक है, these are some of the tips from my end. What should be the sources of the preparation? NCERT's class 11 and 12. Reference book, you can refer Uma Kapila, the Lukmaan IAS notes and the test series, totally reliable. We are trying to make sure that each and every aspect is covered from both the static portion also and the current developments also. So you can benefit from that. The editorial classes, the newspaper. As far as the economy is concerned, Indian Express is very good, you can rely on that. Given the simple language, the analysis of each and every dimension of the economy, even if inflation is increasing, decreasing, or there is some external influence or whatsoever, every analysis is it is covered in too much detail and in very lucid language in the Indian Express. So you can refer to that for economy section. Although it is your choice if you want to read the Hindu also. Okay? Magazines, Kurukshetra and Yojana. Okay? And most importantly, always keep track of the developments which are mentioned in the union budget and the economic survey. Okay? So all these things are going to help you in your comprehensive preparation for this exam. If you have any questions, you may ask. Clear? So now can you tell me what was the level of exam, the economy section, after hearing the analysis? Moderate? So yani ki if you prepare, it would be easy for you. So best of luck. That's the analysis from my end. Thank you.